what an order of play we have for you. Strong draw here in Shrewsbury. It has not weakened as we've gone along. And you can see the winner of this one will take on the winner of the later clash between top seed Angelina Kalinina and Elise Maloney, world number 500 British qualifier, doing some damage here at the Shrewsbury Club. So here's Barbora Politseva. You might not have heard of her before, but I think you're going to be hearing a lot more from her over the coming months and years. She's picked up a couple of really impressive victories so far this week. And she took out the number 4 seed, Victoria Tomova, in the first round, and then followed up yesterday with a straight sets defeat of Karolina Mukova, her fellow Czech, and a semi-finalist at the Australian Open as recently as last season. So Politseva into the stage of the event without dropping a set. It was 6-1, 6-4 over Tomova, 6-3, 6-2 over Mukova yesterday. And that WTA ranking of number 226 is a career high. It's been a brilliant year of climbing up the ladder for Politseva, and not the first time that she's contested a tournament in the UK this season either. She was indoors at the beginning of the year in Glasgow, came through qualifying to make the final and lost out only in 2 tight sets to the also fast-rising Sonne Cartel. We've spoken about players rising. What about players coming back? Marketa Vondrousova is one of those. Perpetually injured last couple of seasons. She made that aforementioned Roland Garros final in 2019. But it's been a disrupted season for Vondrousova. When she had to step to the sidelines back in April, she was ranked world number 32. But she's slid down the rankings as she's been kept at the sidelines. So you can't take much away from her number of 121 next to her name at the moment. She's got a career high of world number 14. That was achieved in 2019. And this is just her second tournament back after the latest injury setback. Did compete last week at an 80k level event in France. Went out in the first round. So the 2 victories that she's picked up in Shrewsbury are the first 2 victories of her comeback, and she's sealed them in pretty convincing fashion, really. Firstly, a 6-2, 6-1 defeat of Miriam Bjorklund, and yesterday 6-3, 6-3 over former champion here, Maya Lumsden, who won a W25 singles trophy in Shrewsbury in 2018. And Lumsden did not play a bad match at all there.
Ladies and gentlemen, this quarterfinal match will be the best of 3 tie-break sets. Marketa Vondrousova won the toss and chose to receive.
The 2 Czechs, both of them still fairly young, but facing off here for the first time today. So another interesting matchup for Politseva. And a fantastic order of play for the fans here in Shrewsbury to look forward to. All 4 singles quarterfinals scheduled on centre court, one of the doubles semi-finals to follow as well. The second on today will be Britain's Katie Bolter taking on Anna Konjuh. Bolter, one of 3 Brits in contention for a spot in tomorrow's semi-finals. Fiona Edwards in the chair for this one.
.30 seconds.
Vondrousova set to compete in the Billie Jean King Cup finals in Glasgow next week for the Czech Republic. That was a big drawing factor for players in Shrewsbury, the fact that the world's biggest women's team event in tennis is happening on UK shores next week. But before that, we've got to see out the W100 Shrewsbury, and to launch quarterfinals day, it is Barbora Politseva up against Marketa Vondrousova for the first time.
First set, Barbora Palitseva to serve. Ready, play. Fifteen love.
What a start to this match. Palitseva's all about the big baseline strike, and that's going to be an interesting matchup with the way Vondrousova has depth of weapons. She'll have to watch out for the drop shot, the teenager.
30-15. Pick it up, please. $40-15.
I'll leave it now, leave it now. Sorry.
Game, Palitseva.
Strong start out here for Barbora Palitseva.
First game.
She seemed pretty energized ahead of the match,
Game.
particularly given their first on. And she said that today,
Game, Palitseva.
strong start out here for Barbora. With her before, she's just going to focus on her own side of the net, look to produce her game. And that's what we've been seeing in those first few points, getting on top of the baseline, staying there.
Marketa Vondrousova to serve.
That is devastating.
11-15.
She's so light on her feet and so quick to see that opening. Oh my goodness, that was close.
11-13.
But not quite close enough. And something has to give out here. Comprehensive match wins for both players this week so far.
Out. 15-30. Let for serve. 30-all.
And that is a shot that Politseva is probably going to have to try and anticipate. Vondrousova so capable with the drop shot. It was key in getting her to that Grand Slam final in 2019.
Let's for serve. Out 40-30. Game Vondrousova.
Sucker punch of a forehand to close. Vondrousova announcing herself in this match in style.
1 game all.
Big lefty swing seals the deal and sees both players onto the board. In this first match of 5 to be contested on centre court today. Doubles will close the action. 2 more checks featuring on opposite sides of the net in that particular clash.
Love 15. $15-all.
And that's a very telling response to adversity there from Politseva. There's an air of confidence about her. Brilliant angle to close. Good turnaround from Vondrousova.
15-13.
Now, up until the final seconds, Politseva had played the perfect point here, but that drive volley is something that a lot of players on tour struggle with. Didn't get the width on it that she would have liked. Vondrousova all over it. Facing the first bit of pressure on serve then.
$15-14.
And she might just have sensed that pressure, particularly with how Vondrousova was able to hang in the previous point, turn it around. First break points on the board here.
Game Vondrousova.
And that's the first break. Marketa Vondrousova's survival from love 30 suddenly looks quite significant. She leads at the first sit down. not just a Grand Slam finalist, Vondrousova, but more recently, last year, in the delayed 2020 Olympics, a silver medalist, just missing out in the final to Belinda Bencic. And it's a long-time rival of Bencic's, an old junior foe that will feature in the next match. Anna Konyu, former junior world number 1, taking on GB favourite Katie Bolter. Now, the winner of this clash will go on to face the winner of that match between Elise Maloney and the top seed, Angelina Kalinina, who was put through her paces yesterday by Freya Christie, survived in the final set tiebreak.
Just take your seat quickly, please. Thank you.
Too acute from Vondrousova. Pelitsova up to that one a little quicker this time around. She's quite close to the baseline, but didn't quite know what to do with the ball.
Pick it up, please. Quickly. $15-all.
We saw a couple of those yesterday against Mukova. Will not be afraid to take that backhand up the line when she sees the opportunity of a second serve. That one pretty shallow in the box.
We saw a cup
from Vondrousova. Getting Pelitsova fully on the stretch at her mercy.
and nothing shallow about those forehands.
$40, $50. Game of Vondrousova.
Clinically finished, and that is the break backed up by the 23-year-old. Did not miss a beat there. Showing her class and her level as she did very much yesterday.
Vondrousova leads 3-1.
Maya Lumsden just not able to unsettle Vondrousova's rhythm the way she is with a lot of players by switching up the height on the ball, changing things around. Vondrousova very sharp. You wouldn't think she'd been out for a while.
I love 15. 15
Very good. And this is where Politseva has to be careful to treat each and every point as its own match and not think about the overall scoreboard. We said that both players here have raced through their matches
Very
so
good.
far. It would be too easy for this to run away. But that ball has run far away from Vondrousova.
30-15.
Gorgeous point construction. I think she's pretty happy with that one.
40-15.
Went back behind a couple of times in each direction, was patient until she got Vondrousova off balance and out of the way.
Gorgeous point.
Forty 30. Game, Politseva.
That felt like a very important service game to hold to stop Vondrousova rolling away with this opening set. And Politseva very much in contention, even though she trails by a break. It has been leaps and bounds for Politseva this season. And she's currently at her career high ranking of world number 226. Her first tournament of the year was a loss in qualifying at W25 level. That's the second step up on the pro circuit. At that point in time, she was ranked world number 817. Pretty much finished 2021 ranked outside the world's top 1,000. So that just tells you the trajectory that she's on and the pace at which she's been climbing this year. Hence, players like Marketa Vondrousova, even though they're from the same nation, probably don't know a whole lot about her. I think that's going to change in the near future.
Fifteen love. Pick it up, please. $15 all.
Great work from Politseva. And then that's the return that she was
15,
looking for
13.
in the first game of this clash, the first return game, of this clash. Going in deep to the body of her opponent in order to establish herself in the rally from the offset, prevent Vondrousova from spreading the court. Laid good foundations there.
All.
And that's where the lefty swinger will come in so handy. It's an automatic weapon for the lefties. That wide serve on that side of the court. And Politseva might have to position accordingly, try and anticipate that a bit, as it will be the favoured delivery.
Out.
But
30,
that
40.
deep return doing enough damage, and this is where you see the effects of that previous service game for Politseva, held emphatically. Just gave her a bit of momentum coming into this game. And on the board now, the opportunity to break back.
Game. Politseva.
And that is the break back, sealed in stunning fashion. Make no mistake, they are both here to play.
Game.
Barely
And that is the
bounced that
break.
forehand.
Game.
And that is the break
Three
back.
games.
See.
She was 1-3, love 15 down. She stepped up with a handful of winners. And that has turned the tide.
love. Love.
She's making it look so easy.
Another one there,
And that's
please.
the amount of match wins she's picked up this year. She's definitely got rhythm, she's flowing, and has to be said, doesn't look as tired as a lot of the players here at the back end of a long season.
Love. Game. Politseva. New ball,
Monstrous
please.
stuff.
Ball change.
So imperious from Barbara Politseva. Three
Politseva leads 4
games
games to
on
3.
the trot here on centre court at the W100 Shrewsbury. Looking to continue what could turn out to be the best run of her season so far. I've mentioned her main draw wins. She came through qualifying here, Politseva. And she impressed at that stage of the competition as well. This is the highest level of ITF World Tennis Tour competition, the 100. The next step up is WTA. Tamira Pajek, two-time Wimbledon quarter finalist, was Politseva's victim in the final round of qualifying. So 4 matches played, 0 sets dropped by the 18-year-old.
Time.
Huge service game here then for Vondrousova. A streak of games against her.
Out. 15 love. Pick it up, please.
That's genius. No answer to that.
30 love.
Politsova's racing to cover the baseline, the direction of shot. Perfection.
40 love.
And this is where you see Vondrousova's level. World number 14, not all that long ago. Handling this pressure moment with ease so far.
Game. Vondrousova.
That's deeply impressive from the 23-year-old. Smooth as you like. Now that asks a big question of Politsova here. Best she could have hoped for at this position in the set. Heading towards the business end.
Out. 15 love. Let's face off. $30 love.
So resolute. It's breathtaking hitting from Politsova.
48 love.
But it's not just bludgeoning the ball, it's the thought process going into the construction of these rallies.
So
many times
resolute.
going back behind to set herself up.
Game. Politsova.
Sweetly done. Vondrousova with a love hold. Politsova with an emphatic one of her own. She is one game away from this opening set. And she looks right in the moment, Politseva. No dwelling on the past, no thinking too far ahead, and that is essential at this point in the match. Pressure's on Vondrousova. It was in the last service game, but particularly now, as she serves to stay in it for the first time. If any second serves come into play, you can expect Politseva to stand up on the baseline and take them on. Case in point.
Love 15.
And it feels like she's fully in control. Often when players are this aggressive this early, it can run away from them. Not so far for Barbora Politseva. You just can't hold up against that moment of hope for Vondrousova at the end there with the overhead. Didn't come quite as fast or as wide as she was maybe expecting. But because that took her by surprise, she was a second short on reaction time.
You just can't hold up against that.
Brutal.
Love 14.
She's getting exactly what she was looking for. You could sense the energy at the sit down, bottling it up, readying for this moment. Triple break point, triple set point.
Out 15-14. Game for set.
Well, it's not the way she wanted to end the set.
6 games to 4.
But you have just been introduced to Barbora Politseva, the 18-year-old Czech, who you're going to see a lot more of. What a set of tennis from the teenager. 6-4 she takes it over the Olympic silver medalist and former Grand Slam finalist. Took the ball so early and so confidently, time after time, using the width of the court. Had Vondrousova scrambling, so that often she didn't have time to reach into her bag of weapons. Deeply impressive from Politseva. Now it's a case of, can she sustain this for the duration of the match? You need 2 sets to win. Something had to give. Neither player had dropped a set here in Shrewsbury. Vondrousova, the first to do so.
Time. Second set, Palitsova to serve.
Back on court. Can she continue the momentum? Palitsova gets to serve here, courtesy of breaking through. Well, signs that she is not going to have trouble picking up where she left
15
off.
love. Picked up. Out. 30 love. Love. Forty, 15.
Yeah, for the first time, didn't go for the biggest window on the court there, and Vondrousova was moving to cover, made that a tougher task. Is it enough to slow her down?
Game, Palitsova.
Question answered in fierce fashion.
First game, second set.
And Palitsova has made her mark, and she's made that look pretty straightforward. It can be tough when you've been on a roll to keep that going in the second set, when you have to effectively start from square one. And she's continuing on the same vein. It's the same match. Vondrousova now has to deal with that. Serving second did hurt her in that opening set.
Out. 15 love.
Nicely watched. so essential to
30 left.
land that first delivery right now, so that she can produce the game that she wants to play on court. Vondrousova. And so often in this match she's been forced to react.
30, 15.
And just evidence there of how much Politseva is making her think it was not the ideal position to go for the drop shot. Too close to the ball.
All.
Big response there.
40.
Maybe just unleashing a bit of frustration into that forehand. And the double fault betrayed a bit of tension. None of it to be seen there. She just won't go away.
Deuce.
I think there was a wry smile there from Vondrousova. What can you do?
Out.
Again, she's managing to keep her position right
Advantage,
up on
Politseva.
top of the court. Sweeping the ball up early, seeing it big. Piling on the pressure. Break point chance it.
Out. Deuce. Let for serve. Advantage, Vondrousova. Game, Vondrousova.
Sigh of relief maybe for Vondrousova for the first time. Politseva just
One
going
game
off the boil. And that's Vondrousova's task now, to make her play enough balls that maybe she miscues and just lets her back into things. That was a massive game to hold on to. It was a 3-game winning streak for Politseva. And she's not at all bothered that that streak has been broken. Bouncing on her toes once again. Getting the positioning right. The timing. The strike.
Let for serve. 30 love.
She'll feel that one, Vondrousova. The return was a good one, taken early, got it deep. Not a lot in that final shot.
Forty love. Game, Politsova.
My goodness, she just keeps flowing. And Vondrousova can only
Politsova
smile
leads 2 games to
and
1.
shake her head because it's that higher level from the 18-year-old right now. World number 226, but steadily on the climb. And Vondrousova currently at her mercy, but on serve in the second set. That break point saved.
Time.
Well, first deliveries have never been more necessary. Vondrousova chasing.
Love 15.
And there's that point in evidence, the pressure she's feeling on that second serve because of the way Politsova has maintained the pressure, applied it point after point.
Love 30. Out.
Here she is again with opportunities to pick from.
Love 40.
It was love 40 that she saw when returning for the opening set, and she continues to guide that ball up the line with confidence.
Game.
She's on the charge. Barbora Politsova has won 5 of the last 6 games of this contest.
Politsova leads 3 games to 1.
Serving to back up the break here.
Love 15.
Well, that was necessary. Big return on the first point. She has to find a way into Politsova's head the way her opponent has got into hers. And this is the biggest chance that she's seen Vondrousova
Love 30.
since the opening stages of this match. She should take a lot of confidence from the fact she's been able to wear Politseva down there. That's been tough to come by, using the slice to good effect.
Out.
And
Love
now
40.
Politseva has to be careful. This is the first time that she's really blinked in this encounter. Slice early in the rally, not something we've seen from her. Why change a winning tactic? Second serve, a triple break point down.
Fifteen, 14.
Back she comes. She might just make Vondrousova
13,
regret
14.
that previous backhand that she yanked from the mid-court. Could have afforded to be a little more patient, you feel, the number 8 seed.
Game, Vondrousova.
But she just about dug a hole deep enough that Politseva couldn't quite ascend.
Politseva leads 3-2.
Great strength of will from Marketa Vondrousova, her first break of serve in the match. Well, first break of serve in the set, I should say. It feels a while ago that she was up in the opening set, broke for 2-1 there. And from there, it was all Politseva. She's got a draw on those early stages of the match, the way she was able to impose herself first. And maybe she'll read into that from Politseva a little bit. She was all guns blazing, Politseva, up until that service game, and suddenly it was a different situation. Eyeing up a W100 semi-final, forced to think about the situation. Had something to lose, and she did lose that break of serve.
Time.
Really key for the 18-year-old to get right back on it in this game and to maintain the freedom that she's displayed for much of this match. That evaporated slightly in the previous game.
Love.
Nice run.
30 love.
Now you can appreciate what Politseva is looking to do here, keeping the ball short in the court, opposite zone to where Vondrousova's languishing behind the baseline there, but it wasn't quite acute enough. So
50.
close. She's back in contention now, though, Vondrousova. huge effort to steer back into this point. I think she almost overran that ball because she could see where it was going.
Forty 15. Out game, Vondrousova. New balls,
Pulling it
please.
back, Vondrousova.
Ball change.
Slightly relieved to have somehow leveled this second set, but she kept her cool as Politsova tore up the court. And now
3
her
games
opponent is just missing a few more balls that she was nailing earlier in the match. And Vondrousova has done well to bring the tempo down slightly. How does the 18-year-old react now she's not running with it? Has to focus on the fact that she's on serve, not the fact she's lost her lead.
Time violation warning, Politsova.
That's big for Vondrousova. If
Love
ever
15.
Politsova needed the first point in a service game, it was right there with her opponent gaining ground. Just about did enough.
Fifteen all.
But you expect her to have a few more of those up her sleeve. Politsova having a wobble right now, but you've got to credit Vondrousova's grit for some of that. The moment she was up on top of that ball, she took advantage. The mindset is still there.
Let's for serve. Thirty 15. Forty 15.
Roaring back to life. Bought herself some time with the swift start to this set.
Game Politzer.
Well, she may no longer lead by a break, but it's still on her racket out here, Politseva. She's done really well to steady the ship there.
4-3.
Feels strange to say that she's restoring some order, and given that she's the lower ranked and far less experienced player, but that's the situation right now. Just in January this year, she lost in the final of a W15 event, entry level of competition on the pro circuit. And since then, it's been titles, finals, deep runs, and she's started to climb the ladder, going from W25 events to W60s. Even made her WTA main draw debut, coming through qualifying with quality wins over Victoria Kuzmova and Janina Wickmeyer. That was in Prague in July. But here, competing at a W100 for the first time this season and eyeing up a spot in the semi-finals.
Fifteen left.
Yeah, the groundwork setting up for the volley wasn't quite good enough, and she knows it. It was the right thought process to get up the court, but Vondrousova was not unbalanced at the baseline. Doesn't mind a target at the net, Vondrousova. She's taken a doubles ranking quite high previously as well. World number 54 in March.
Out. 40 left.
Not a bad way to stay in touch. It has to be emphatic
14,
at this point to give herself a chance of climbing back into the game.
Forty, 30.
My goodness. A moment of pure magic from the Politseva racket. That's completely different to anything we've seen from her so far to date. And that's what is making her so effective out here. The fact that the first strike has been enough, but beneath that, she does have the fallback. That's a big shame. The tennis to get her back into this game has been nothing
Advantage
short of
for Vondrousova.
ridiculous. But it's not enough to be physically great. Does she have the mentality as well to deal with this occasion, deal with this game? That little bit of luck for Vondrousova at a big moment. Can't change the past, only the future.
Out game Vondrousova.
And she takes advantage, Vondrousova, as any world-class player would. That makes this a tricky
Full games
moment for the 18-year-old. This will be the most telling stage of the match for her.
Love 15.
Yeah, that was a close one. But at this moment, she can't afford to waste any energy, mental or otherwise, arguing.
Out. Love 13.
Well, she'll feel like that is justice after the net cord from Vondrousova at the
15,
pivotal
13.
moment of the previous game. They do say those level each other out, but what a tough moment for Vondrousova to see that one drop. Huge difference between 15-30 and love 40. But there she is with the quality.
15-14.
Vondrousova has never once counted herself out of this contest. She smiled, she shook her head at the quality of her opponent, but she got up, took her racket and played tennis.
$30-40.
And there may yet be more tennis to be played. A second breakpoint chance. Huge moments for Barbara Politsova.
Game Vondrousova.
Now this gets so interesting. Marketa Vondrousova showing her steel
Vondrousova leads 5
and giving herself the opportunity to serve, to level this encounter. And really, if Politsova had held for 4-1 in this set, it looked all but over. The 23-year-old, the number 8 seed, has slowed her opponent down, and she's done it to great effect. Just keeping Politsova on court long enough, and sometimes that's all it takes. If a player is hitting all their marks, you've just got to keep them playing to the point where it's not flowing quite so freely. Politsova with a couple of the slimmest of misses in that previous game that ultimately proved costly. The hole too deep to climb out of. Can't give up on this set yet, though. She's broken through multiple times in this match. If she's to avoid losing her first set of the week, she'll have to do so right now. Marketa Vondrousova serving for the second set at the W100 Shrewsbury, first match of singles quarterfinals day.
Love. Out. 30 love.
Strong start to this game was absolutely key. There was utter conviction in that first winner from the Vondrousova racket.
Thirty, 15.
That's quality. In the face of what Politseva just did on the previous point, hitting big with more margin, putting the pressure on. And this set is slipping away. Double set point on the Vondrousova racket.
Out. Game.
And that is why she's been right at the top of this sport not so long ago. Marketa Vondrousova, the Olympic silver medalist, will take this match the distance. Trailed by a set and a break, and dug deep and hung on to find her way back into this one. And Barbora Politseva is now going to have to find her way back to the first half of this match if she wants to make her first W100 semi-final. So much respect for what Vondrousova has done here. It's got to be tough, being one of the higher ranked players in the draw, all the experience and therefore all the expectation on her shoulders. First match, second tournament, back after injury. Out for the best part of half a year this season. And facing a younger countrywoman, lesser known, playing out of her skin. And yet it's always felt like it's been within Politseva. She's certainly a player with a lot of potential, but Vondrousova is the moment. Showed her class there, as she has done throughout the week. Final set shootout, it will be on centre court.
Time. Final set, Politsova to serve. Love 15.
She kick-started the second set, Politsova, with another blazing winner that seemed to come so easily for so long. And that is reminiscent of earlier stages of the second set.
15 all.
Right at the beginning of this decider, Vondrousova's job is to keep that second set in Politsova's mind. Reminder who came out on top.
And that is reminiscent of.
By winning the opening set, she bought herself time for a drop-off, the teenager. Oh, she swiped at that. Took it on, took it early.
30, 15.
Phenomenal lob there for
31.
Vondrousova. And it's the setup with the drop shot, one of her favourite plays. Executes that almost casually. It comes so easily to her, that touch and feel. My goodness.
40, 30.
She was being made to work that bit harder throughout that rally. Politsova, Vondrousova looking to slow the tempo down, and still she found a way to get on top of that ball. That is massive. Game point as opposed to break point.
Game, Politsova.
Did she just slam the reset button? Massive game from Politsova after that set,
First
and a
game,
break
final
advantage
set.
slipped away, and with it the second set. And we've seen her physical ability, the big baseline play, the great movement and energy. Now this deciding set is going to be telling of her mentality. Does she have the head game?
Love 15.
Now she's back in the
Love
saddle,
15.
targeting the lines with confidence. Vondrousova, you can expect her to come with the swinger out wide here. And that's what made the tee
15
serve
off.
so effective, the switch up. Politseva anticipating that preferred serve. Pegged back.
Out 15-30.
That is gorgeous. And she's
30 all.
come through with that more and more, Vondrousova. It wasn't ending in many clean winners at the beginning of this contest, but the way she's able to diffuse the power there, just take everything off the ball. Pure hand skills.
Out 30-40.
Chasing low in this game from the offset after another fierce return from Politseva to get things underway. She's slowly reapplying the pressure. First chance of the set. And it's the teenager's break point. Sensational from Vondrousova. How she survived that. Unbelievable reactions. First and foremost, what a chase down from Politseva. Barely made it to the drop shot. Had to take a swipe at it. Not quite. Vondrousova's done so well there, handling the flat backhand.
Advantage Vondrousova.
Proper boxing match in this game.
Out game Vondrousova.
She just about managed to wear Politseva down there, Vondrousova. What an effort from break point down, getting on the board in this
One game
deciding
all.
set. And for the very first time this week, Politseva looks a little bit tired. That slice up the line would not have been her go-to previously. Let's see what she's got here. She's got precision. That's what she's got. Tired or not.
15 left.
She's got precision.
30 love.
Now this is big.
40 love.
Yeah, for the first time, that same energy that we saw from Politseva in the first set and the second isn't there, but the strike still is, and she's actually going for a little more, a little earlier to effect.
Forty 15. Pick it up, please. Forty 13.
That drop shot and lob combo is working a treat out here. It's like Hugo Gaston has stepped onto court. Vondrousova with clutch control. And what a finish back of the
40,
baseline.
13.
That drop shot and lob combo is...
Is that going to shake Politseva at all? Maybe it will.
Deuce.
Just sensing a bit more pressure now, Politseva, and understandably absolutely world class. Some of the points we've seen from Vondrousova recently. Slowly establishing herself in this match and in this game from 40-15 down. That's well done. A little bit more patient this time from Vondrousova. Politseva's gone back behind so many times. She was almost waiting for it on that occasion, but not ready for this.
Deuce. Out advantage, Vondrousova.
It is just a little more patchy now from Politseva. Leaning back slightly on that forehand. We saw that from Jodie Burrage yesterday as she became slowly exhausted against Ava Lise. It's a bit of a telltale sign. Nothing wrong with that forehand though, staying over the ball.
Deuce.
And the body language is more negative than it has been all match. Really important game, this one, to squeeze through. Try and give herself a new lease of life. That's a killer. She knows she should have had it, Politseva with the overhead.
Advantage.
But Vondrousova knows exactly what she's doing. It's not the first time she's seen a slower smash come into play, and she was absolutely ready to take advantage. Watching that ball.
That's a killer.
Moment.
She knows she should have had it.
Break point again.
Fault.
That was vicious cross court in the setup from Politseva.
Deuce.
Had to dig deep there. And she's going to have to dig deep from here. 2 break points saved in this game.
Let's second serve. Advantage, Vondrousova.
Vondrousova just able to establish herself on the baseline more. For the first half of this match, it was Politseva up on top of the court, dictating, putting Vondrousova on the run. A fraction less intensity from the 18-year-old, and Vondrousova is able to turn that around. Breakpoint 3.
Thank you, Bulgar. Pick it up. Game
Perfect
Vondrousova.
placement. A moment of inspiration from Marketa Vondrousova. Finally
Vondrousova
able
needs
to
to
put
get
her
someone.
game on court here. For the first time in this match, Barbora Politseva properly trailing down a break in the 3rd set. Credit to the tenacity of this woman. She's really had to problem solve out here, and if she can come through this match, she might be thankful for it moving forwards. We've mentioned she's short on match practice, having been out since April prior to last month, prior to last week when she was competing in France. And it's been a back and forth few seasons since she reached that 2019 Roland Garros final, losing out only to Ashley Barty
Time.
at the last stand. The highs of the Olympics mixed with the lows of injuries. But still so young, Marketa Vondrousova, a teenage opponent today, but just 23 herself. A lot to look forward to, and a lot still to be done in this match, serving with the break hit. Back with a bang.
Love 15. Love 30.
Frustrated, but fighting. And that's the key. And if she is feeling a bit tired, maybe that agitation will give her a little bit of fire, something to get her going.
Out.
And there was a lot of fire in that backhand.
Love 40.
Ripping into that second serve like we're back in the first set of the match. Barbora Politseva showing her mettle now. Triple break back point.
Fifteen, 14.
Smoothly done, pulling it back here, Vondrousova.
30.
It was not the wrong return from Politseva, the forehand line on the previous point. She's pulled that off so many times in this match. But it did leave the door open. Oh. Yeah, that one was wide. It's tough for her to see from that position, particularly with how swiftly she took the ball. She's not helping herself or anyone else there. But that will be a tough pill to swallow after 3 straight break points on the board. Back at deuce.
Advantage, Vondrousova. Game, Vondrousova.
That's massive from Marketa Vondrousova for the consolidation.
Vondrousova leads 3-1.
Once again hanging on to the point where Politseva has gone off the boil slightly. Didn't know how to play that final ball. And you can sense agitation rising on both sides of the nets. Vondrousova getting a little bit impatient with some of the reactions from her opponent. Let her know it at the end of that game. Up the ante with the volume. Must hold service game here for Politseva.
Fifteen love. Fifteen all.
Yeah, had to take advantage of that by Vondrousova's standards. That drop shot had far too much air on it. Hovered above the court.
Yeah, had to.
Yeah, these slices are creeping into play more often for Politseva. They're just a bit of a giveaway that Vondrousova is perhaps making her overthink, that she's not quite as confident in the baseline strike right now that looked unstoppable earlier in the match. And that depth of shot from Vondrousova doing serious damage. Perilous moment on the scoreboard for Politseva. At one moment, a set and a breakup. This was her match. Now she's staring the double break deficit in the face. Counter-punching of the highest quality from the silver medalist. The number 8 seed now looks well on her way to the semi-finals, up a double break in the deciding set.
New balls, please.
Now this is the 4-1 advantage that Politseva had the opportunity to serve for in the second set. She did not get that consolidation on the board. And that is when the match really turned. Up until that point, it was all about the teenager. And just the way Vondrousova's handled herself in this match has been so telling of her level, of her caliber. Just laughed at the level from Politseva at the beginning of the match, bided her time, waited for her moment, and when it came, she seized it. Is there a way back into this for Politseva? It really depends on her ability to manage her own frustrations. It could be a loss that she learns from, or it could be another massive win. But at the moment, it's on Vondrousova's racket, serving for an imperious lead in this deciding set, looking to back up the double break.
Outs. 11-15. $15 all. Outs 30-15. Outs.
That trusty swinger coming in really handy now for Vondrousova. She's done well to rebound from the loss of the first point. Hasn't stuttered.
Game of Vondrousova.
And there it is, the consolidation and broad daylight on the scoreboard now. You can expect Vondrousova to take a swing at this return game.
5 games to 1.
One step away from being our first semi-finalist.
Somebody, pick it up. Love 15.
You can't underestimate how tough it is for Politseva right now to not think about the deficit and how she was up in this match. And if she's finally feeling the fatigue, struggling to find resources to draw the energy from.
Out, 15 all. Fifteen, 13. Come back there. Come back to the net, please. Thanks. Roll it down.
Yeah, the daylight is fading in this one. It's been so impressive from Barbora Politseva, and there's a lot more to come from her, we're sure, further down the road. But it might be Vondrousova's day. Double break point, double match point.
Thank you. Out, game, set, a match.
From a set and a breakdown, former Roland Garros finalist Marketa Vondrousova is your first semi-finalist at the W100 Shrewsbury. A huge effort from Barbora Politseva, but it's Marketa Vondrousova's day. She will appear in the last four tomorrow, and I'll be on court to talk to her very shortly.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I think you all agree that was a fantastic first match of the day here at Shrewsbury. Please show your appreciation for Barbora Politseva. And for our first player into tomorrow's semi-finals from the Czech Republic, Marketa Vondrousova. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be an interview with Marketa on court now. Thank you.
Yeah, let's... It's on? Yeah, it's on now. We're going to talk to Marketa. I didn't know, Marketa, if I'd be talking to you. I've got to say it, a set and a breakdown. She was playing some incredible tennis, Barbora. How did you manage to turn that around?
Played amazing match, you know, she...
Tech issues? Oh, we're back. Pick up where you left off.
I mean, playing...
Like she's just playing great. We're back again. We might have another microphone. I'm going to wait on that. We will have another microphone. Bear with us for 1 minute. Marketa actually has earned the opportunity to catch her breath here because could we have another round of applause for that match? What a level we saw on court today. It's saved. Another microphone. Mic 2. Here we go. Marketa, number 3. Let's try again. Thoughts on how you turn that match around?
Played, you know, great week, I think. She was playing amazing, so I was just trying, you know, to get every ball into the court and, you know, just trying to play every point I could.
Again, Simon. Oh, we're back again. Injured recently, so you've had to sit out a bit of this season. How are you feeling physically at the moment?
I mean, three-set match, so I'm just happy, to be through. And yeah, I think I played pretty good level today, so I'm just happy to have, as many matches as I can.
Better level than the microphone I've got on my head. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Marketa Vondrousova. At the next, in a couple of minutes, name the next match. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the next match appearing here on centre court will be Katie Bolter from Great Britain, and Anya Konya will be coming to court shortly. Thank you.
We're just going to try this closer to the sound desk, and we're seeing you're going to have the same problems. Otherwise,
Pete, could you meet her at the bottom of the stairs to make sure she goes round, to make sure she goes... Oh, she knows.
she's still going to move.
Would you mind? We just... We've got a delay because of Connie coming back. Can you let me know? Just check that there, because as you go on the way, just to check it, in that, near where the ball... Yeah. Yeah.
So whilst we just for our players, you just love technology. When it works, it's great. When it doesn't, it doesn't. I think you stand here in front of the sign, and I think that seems to work. So we keep going. And you're really the best person to feel because you're the commentator. But it seems that this is that's okay. They go in front of the screens. There you go. You've all been part of this little technology test.
Definitely works better that way. So we can turn mic 2 off. So, ladies and gentlemen, for our second quarter-final of the day here, please welcome onto court from Croatia, Ana Konja. And a big warm welcome from Great Britain. Please welcome Katie Bolter.
Hello and welcome back to centre court at the W100 Shrewsbury, where quarter-finals day continues. A brilliant clash first up ended in victory for Marketa Vondrousova from a August when she returned for the first round of the US Open. And she's been slowly building her comeback since then. And just last month had the most encouraging runs of her return, a quarter-final appearance at an entry-level WTA event, and a quarter-final run at the W80 in France just last week.
Katie Bolter, to the left of the chair, won the toss and elected to receive.
So Bolter putting this one on Konya's racket at the start of proceedings. She's fought her way through so far, Katie Bolter, it's fair to say. Won her last match over Janina Wickmeyer in straight sets, but it was tight straight sets yesterday, 7-5, 7-5. Building on her 6-4, 6-4 victory over Nafisa Beberovic in the first round. But yet to drop a set, which cannot be said for Anna Konyu, who came through two gritty three-set battles to make this stage. Both of those against quality opponents. She took out the number 3 seed Dalma Gulfi. Konyu coming from behind in the first round to win 6-7, 7-5, 7-6. And then just yesterday, Sonne Cartel, another Brit who's fast on the rise, had her on the brink. Konyu recovering once again for the 3-6, 7-6, 7-5 win. And she showed her fight yesterday on court 3, embracing centre stage for the first time this week. Bolter on the show court for the third match running, as you'd expect, as one of several Brits that appeared in the main draw here. It's been a great year of success for the British players, really using these events in the UK to propel themselves up the rankings. Part of the increased LTA performance competitions calendar that means that the number of ITF events in the UK compared to the last full season of action in 2019 has just about tripled. And thanks to that British success, Katie Bolter is not the last Brit you'll see on centre court today. Elise Maloney and Lily Miyazaki, winner in Glasgow, will also be fighting for semi-final spots. But will Bolter be first through up against Anna Konyu in a clash that promises to be close?
First set, Anna Konjuh to serve. Ready? Play. Out. 15 left. Love.
She came through in a very strong junior era, Anna Konyu. Herself and Belinda Bencic, current Olympic gold medalist, had an ongoing rivalry.
Out. 40 love.
And she really did carry that momentum through onto the Pro Tour. Konyu reached her first Grand Slam quarter-final in 2016. Pretty fresh onto the Pro Tour.
Game, Konyo.
And it's a strong start to this clash. And she'll know that's
First game.
necessary. These two have actually already faced off this season. And that was at WTA level right at the beginning of the year before injury setbacks kicked in for both of them. It was Bolter that had the upper hand ultimately in that clash, but she had to come from a set down to seal the win. 5-7, 6-love, 6-3, the final scoreline on that occasion. So also on an indoor hard court there in France.
Katie Bolter to serve. Fifteen love. Out. 15-0.
Well, it's a big game this for Bolter straight away, given that she made the decision to receive to open this clash, was looking for a breakthrough that Konyo didn't give her a sniff of. You've got to be wary of giving her time on that forehand when she's up on top of the court.
30-15.
She is really going to slip up in position like that. Smoothly done by Konyo, keeping low over that ball,
30-all.
taking it on the rise. Certain air of focus about her. Deep into the tournament now at the W100 Shrewsbury. Both players accustomed to the conditions. Match play under their belts.
Out. 40-30. Out. Deuce.
Konyo just baiting Bolter there a little with the placement, favouring the forehand early, and she lost a bit of time running round for that one inside in. To deuce in the first service game.
Advantage Bolter. Game Bolter.
Strong hitting under pressure from Katie Bolter. Gets her onto the board in this match. Something she mentioned
One
quite a
game
bit during a successful grass court season, Katie Bolter, the need to stay strong on the court. Mentally strong, physically strong. And showed that for multiple wins over Karolina Pliskova. Took her down at Eastbourne, followed up the very next week with a centre court victory at Wimbledon.
Love 15.
There he is, Alex de Minaur in the house. And Katie Bolter's boyfriend and ATP pro.
15-0.
And he really emphasized the pro word this week with victory over Daniil Medvedev at the Paris Masters just a couple of days ago. Big effort from him to get over here swiftly to lend support.
Let second serve. (15-30).
And the strikes speak for themselves, but the body language so positive from Bolter's end of the court. And it's all part of the package. Way to make Konyu feel uneasy.
15-40.
A loose backhand there. And opportunities for Bolter to take advantage of. First break points on the board.
30-40.
The second service winner of the game, though, timely from the Croat.
Deuce. Advantage, Konyu.
A solid response here from Konyu. And that's where the battles in the previous rounds could really come into play in a positive way. The number of tight moments she's had to come through. She'll have to fight a little harder on this occasion. Bolter feeling that forehand.
Deuce. Advantage, Konjuh. Let, first serve.
Not so fast, she says. She's really got to work out here, Konjuh, to get that ball off the forehand wing. Bolter wasting no time there.
Advantage,
She has
Konjuh.
responded accordingly. Another chance to wrap up a hard fought hold of serve.
Let, first serve. Game, Konjuh.
Big from the Konjuh racket.
Konjuh leads by 2-1.
And with the length of that game, she'll hope to take a bit of momentum into this next return game, make a push. First made a move on the big stage, Anna Konjuh, at the tender age of 14. She was the runner-up in girls' doubles competition at Wimbledon. And she has shown her form across the board previously when her body's allowed it, but has leaned towards the faster surfaces. We mentioned that quarter-final at the US Open in 2016, also reached the fourth round of Wimbledon in 2017 before injuries started to really give her grief. And then there's the WTA singles title that she won as early as 2015 on the grass courts of Nottingham, with victory over the very tricky Monica Niculescu in the final. There was so much for Konjuh to look forward to, and it's credit to her staying power and her fight and her inner will that she's still out here scrambling, even as she gets pegged back season by season by things out of her control. Bolter looking to peg her back here, serving second.
Fifth to love. 30 love. Love.
Smooth stuff from Bolter. And it tells you a thing or two about her as a competitor, and just shrugging off the missed opportunities of the previous game.
Game, Bolter.
Top class game. And a full crowd to get behind her this afternoon.
2 games up.
Feeding off that support, as she has done every grass court season she's been able to compete. She's really thrived playing at home, Bolter. It was on the grass courts of Nottingham, close to home, Leicestershire, where she first made a WTA quarter-final run.
Left. Out. 15-0. Out. 30-15.
And that depth of shot is going to be pretty key for Konyu. Hitting a heavy ball and not allowing Bolter to lean in on that forehand side. And once again, the response is immediate when she's got herself on top of the court.
30-0.
She was out here hitting on centre court prior to the start of play. Bolter warming up to the conditions, getting going, freeing up, swinging, looking ready to do the same here. And switched up the direction of the ball at the right moment
30.
there. Konyu just to rob Bolter of a millisecond of reaction time.
Fault.
Bolter there
Okay.
giving Konyu an idea of just how much she has to stretch her out. And Konyu answered the call,
Konyak leads by 3 games to 2.
keeping her nose out in front in this opening set. A lot of young faces in the crowd. We often see that at the Shrewsbury Club, which has hosted ITF World Tennis Tour events for many years. This is the biggest event it's ever hosted, biggest women's tennis event indoors in the UK since 1995. Usually the events here are at 25k level, but they feel much more prestigious because of the staging that goes on. And because of the crowds that these events draw, a lot of school groups get to come in and see these players up close. Inspirational stuff.
Take your seats quickly, please. Fifteen left.
Deja vu.
30 left.
The differentiating factor in this match could be the movement. And Katie Bolter, she's a tall player, but she moves really well around the court. Konyu, a step slower. And such is the quality of the
40
Bolter
left.
first delivery at the moment. She's going to have to do a little bit of guesswork, some anticipation on the direction of these forehands, or she's not going to have a hope of reaching them.
Forty 15. Game Bolter. Three games up.
Another seamless hold of serve for Bolter. And as we start to edge along this set, that just puts a little bit more pressure on this Anna Konyu serve. Relentlessly upbeat from the 26-year-old's end of the court.
Fifteen left. Thirty left.
I think that's 4 on the ace count now for Konyu. And she's keeping her foot on the gas. Didn't hesitate
40
to
love.
track down that drop shot. Read it immediately.
Out. Game, Konjuch. New balls, please.
Some
Konjuch
super
leads
sharp
by 4
first
games to
serves
3.
in that game from Konyu. Keeping the time on the clock to a minimum there. And keeping Katie Bolter on her heels. So it is the number 8 seed, the 2019 Roland Garros finalist, Marketa Vondrousova, first into the semi-finals here at the W100 Shrewsbury. Had it tough against Barbara Politsova, was down a set and a break, and it looked like her opponent was not going to miss a ball, and she just managed to slow her down, wear her down, find some openings and capitalize. Now, the winner of this clash will go on to face the winner of the 4th match of the day on centre court, W60 champion Lily Miyazaki, back in action up against 20-year-old Eva Lies, who gave a really great account of herself, the German, against Jodie Burrage yesterday, fighting back from a set down to come through. No spare seats in the house today, as you would expect, given this order of play. People were paying a lot of money to watch this woman at Wimbledon this year. Amazing opportunity to get this view in Shrewsbury.
Fifteen love. Third love.
Consistently strong starts to her service games, Bolter, yet to drop the first point on serve.
Thirty, 15.
Well, that took everyone by surprise. I think it was in. It just dropped incredibly suddenly, the backhand. She's
all.
feeling that wing now. Little bit of a warning thrown at Bolter here with those last couple of strikes. Under pressure to produce the first serve. Oh, wow. That is a big miss from Konyu. She'd done everything right.
40-30.
And Bolter just making the final ball, giving herself the chance to stay alive. Now that could be a moment that we look back on in this set. The difference between game point and break point.
Out.
Now the intensity was there from the Croat, the intention, the resolve. But Bolter is like a sponge, absorbing it all from the baseline. First-rate resilience. Throws the spotlight back across the net. There is some pressure on the Konyu serve here. Opened up with 2 aces during the previous hold. What's she got now?
Fifteen love.
Great width, great length.
15-0.
Quick and precise into the Konyu backhand, which has been a bit of a weapon in recent minutes. Taking that attacking ability away.
Let. First serve. Thirty, 15. Let. First serve. Out.
Staying with it. And she's coming out on top
30.
of the majority of these baseline exchanges, Bolter. The longer the rally, the higher her chances of coming out on top. Konyu has to use that first serve. And it's kept her in it here. She went big on the second.
40, 30.
Hard into the body. And that ball flying at Bolter and off her racket. Danger temporarily averted.
Fault. Deuce.
But only temporarily. There is pressure on that second delivery with the way that Bolter has looked to take the ball on and looked to take it early. Sensing a big chance here. If she breaks through now, she serves for the set.
Out. Advantage, Konjuh. Let for serve. Deuce.
You can sense the moment of the match here. Slim margins are going to make a big difference. Couple of double faults in this game now for Konjuh.
Advantage, Konjuh. Game. Konjuh.
Swiped her opportunity to charge up the court there.
Konjuh leads by
Massive
5 games
holds
to 4.
for the 24-year-old. Takes her to 1 game away from the opening set. We've seen break points, but no breaks of serve so far. She'll hope to use the scoreboard pressure now. Katie Bolter, 2 matches played, 2 matches won, yet to drop a set. Konjuh with the experience of fighting through already this week. And that ability to lock into the moment really shone through in that game. There'll be a little bit of disappointment for Bolter.
Game.
Did have a good look at a couple of returns that she missed.
Game.
But all in all,
Swiped her
have to
opportunity
hand
to
it to
charge up the
Konjuh for
court.
keeping her cool to close out that game. Taken back and forth from Juice.
Time.
And the volley that cost her a break point chance just 5 or 10 minutes ago, Konjuh quickly put behind her. All about the now. Has to be the case for Bolter here as she serves to stay in the set.
Fifteen left. Out. 15-0.
That is such a clean strike.
15-30.
And not even a flicker of a reaction. That maintaining of her demeanor is quite intimidating. Couple of points away here.
Let. Second serve. Out.
Talks about slim margins. Katie Bolter's second serve.
30-0.
Barely landing in play on the net. On the let even. Barely landing in the service box. That backhand from Konyu. Marginally long of the baseline. But she didn't do a lot wrong there, Bolter.
30.
Really
full serve.
didn't. Konyu with the placement to do damage, landing that on her opponent's shoelaces. The biggest of break points. It's also a set point.
Out. Game and first set.
And there it
1-0.
is. The
5-6
breakthrough
games
comes
to
at the
4.
pivotal moment for Anna Konyu, who lost the opening set in both of her previous matches in Shrewsbury, but causes Katie Bolter to lose her first set of the week, and she is not a happy woman. A lot of good stuff from both sides of the net. The serves were strong. It was going to take something to make the difference, and ultimately Konyu able to use a bit of scoreboard pressure there. Got to look at some second serves and was able to get the placement right on the back foot. Bolter going to have to summon her fighting qualities here. Talking about resilience and the ability to fight, these injury setbacks are something that can really help with that in the moment. It's very gloomy and very tough, particularly if you don't have a good team around you. But when it comes time to get back on the match court, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And Konyu is showing that here. Once again, has not been able to contest a full season, but she's making the most of what she's got. Now, for the second time this season, upper set on Katie Bolter. On the previous
Time.
occasion, her opponent came charging back. What will happen here? Perfect moment for the breakthrough. It means she starts the second set on serve.
Second set, Konjuh to serve.
Outside edge of the line.
La 15.
There cannot have been much in this.
Outside
Making a
edge.
statement early. Oh, what a response from Konjuh.
15-0.
Top tier disguise on that drop shot. Subtle change up of the racket face.
Let for serve.
Fluid move. And you get the feeling that nothing's going to change here for Katie Bolter. She
15-30.
did not do a lot wrong in that opening set. Just a couple of slip-ups at the back end were costly. Has to keep the same mindset, just tidy up a fraction. Now that time didn't maximise the way she jammed up Konjuh as much as she could have done. I think she's just a little bit taken aback by that call, Bolter, but from this position it did look wide.
30.
Wanted a little bit more width on the first forehand, really, behind the return, just to open up a little more space down the line.
Out. 40-30. Out.
That's a
Game,
big
Konjuh.
recovery from Anna Konjuh right at the beginning of this set.
First game, second set.
A love 15 return winner, unshaken. And Bolter without any joy on the stretch after that return that found the line. Steady does it from the 24-year-old's end of the court. 7 years now since she netted that first and so far only trophy on the WTA circuit, largely due to the fact that she's been kept at the sidelines so regularly. She has reached another couple of finals on the WTA tour since, the most recent of those actually last year in Serbia. 3 WTA finals for Konyu, 3 different services, and that just shows her versatility, her ability to produce across the board. She's producing so far today.
Love 15. Out. Love 30.
No, she needs the crowd now, Bolter. And there's been a certain turn of momentum. 3 games on the trot for Konyu, pulling for a 4th. Timing the ball well. Well done. And critically, prior to that point, Konyu had been keeping Bolter behind that baseline with the direction
15,
and
30.
length of shot. And Bolter, the moment she saw the opportunity to get on top of a forehand, she committed to the move up the court. Good
Well
block.
done.
Third seal.
Smooth. Great transition.
40, 30.
She took that scoreboard deficit completely in stride, Bolter. Found the first serve again.
Deuce.
And this is the battle at the moment. It's all about those opening 3 shots. It's either Bolter on top of the court putting a forehand away, or Konyu digging a backhand deep and causing all kinds of trouble. How was the backhand angle? Nicely set up by Katie Bolter.
Advantage, Bolter.
And that's how to handle a deeper ground stroke. Great footwork to get around the follow-up forehand. keeping her positioning over the
How
ball.
was the backhand angle?
Deuce. Advantage, Konjuh.
The timing, absolutely perfect. Getting down to meet the ball. Break point. And what a response. She's playing to win out here, Katie Boulter, even when she's down.
Deuce.
And that's paying off right now. It was an imperious previous winner from Konjuh. The way she was using what was being thrown at her. Boulter with no choice but to up the ante.
Advantage, Bolter. Deuce.
And the question now for Boulter is how does she stall this momentum? Konjuh with an annoying ability for Boulter to just pick up where she left off. And that's how good it has to be into the backhand wing to find that shorter ball. When she's had those softer
Advantage,
balls
Boulter.
in the forecourt, Boulter hasn't really put a foot wrong in this clash.
Game, Bolter.
There it is. Some hold of serve at the beginning of the second set. And we talked about what might stall the run of rhythm for Anna Konjuh.
One game all.
Well, maybe a game like that, hard fought, lengthy, going Boulter's way. The next 2 points, the opening 2 on the Konya serve, could be quite significant for Bolter. Needs at least one of them.
Fifth to love. Out.
And there it is, one of the 2.
15-0.
And Konyu's really made a play tug of war out here. That's a gorgeous strike. Momentum on the run, used it.
15-30.
And conserving her energy for the points. She needs it. Couple of second serves, and Bolter's been able to take advantage. A reminder that she saved break point in the previous game. Now she has a couple to eye up herself.
Game, Bolter.
Brilliant movement at the back of the court.
Bolter leads by 2-1.
And that was the groundwork for that break of serve. Katie Bolter hangs tough and pushes through. Leads in the second set. The resolve is written all over her face. Lots of looks across to that support corner at the far end of the stand facing the umpire, Alex Dimonor there. Also Ian Bates, head of women's tennis at the LTA. He's been here throughout the week, keeping a careful eye on the British prospects, and there have been a lot of them. 7 of the 8 matches yesterday in the singles second round featured British competitors. The back end of a really successful season of progress for the Brits. A lot of them started out at 15Ks, 25Ks at the beginning of the year and are now going toe-to-toe with the best at W100 level, this highest tier of ITF World Tennis Tour competition. Anna Konyu here with ample experience on the WTA Tour. And Katie Bolter, the same can be said of her across the last couple of seasons. Both of them showing their class in this one, but it is Bolter with the break in the second set.
Love 15. Love 30.
And sometimes there can be a hangover. Couple of loose errors in this game from Bolter. You can expect Konyu to be in position to take advantage. A very sustained level. Nothing she can do about that strike though. That T serve of
15,
Bolter's has
30.
been foundational in this clash, drawing so many shorter balls, allowing her to keep the rally within the 5 shots mark. But the backhand line
15-40.
has been a chosen weapon of Konyu's. Heavy ball, often low travelling, and that has been really effective in stretching Bolter. A couple of break back points right away here.
Thirty 40. Out. Game Konyu.
There it is, the break back. Just a bit loose from Katie Bolter there. And that is where Konyu has specialised so far this week in Shrewsbury. Just the staying power to take advantage of drop-offs from her opponents. Happened against the number 3 seed Dalma Gulfi in round 1. A couple of times against Sonne Cartel yesterday. Cartel with the 4 ITF trophies to her name this season, making great progress. But that was an eye-opening match.
Love.
And that was clinical. My word. What touch.
30 love.
She's done that to great effect at a couple of moments in this match. That slight change up of the racket face, it's tough to read.
40 love. Let for serve. Game Konyu.
Well, as far as service holds go, that is right
Konyu
up
leads
there
by
with
3
one of the
games to
best
2.
we've seen this week in Shrewsbury. What a way to back up the break back. Anna Konyu, who took the opening set, is back out in front in the second.
Time. 50 love. Hold. Third love. Out.
How she turned that around.
30-15.
Such a classy response to the previous two games from Bolter at the beginning of this one. Somehow, Konya finding a way.
Out.
Starting to switch up the flight of that ball. But not that time.
40-15.
We saw a couple of times in the previous match, Barbara Politsova, who was ripping the ball on the ground strokes, just struggled to generate on the overhead. No such issues with Katie Bolter on the smash, penalising those softer balls.
Forty 30. Deuce.
And now 1 is understandable, 2 is far from ideal. Fully keeping Konya alive in this game. Tangible frustration. Has to try and channel that here.
Out.
Bringing it back. Signs of the earlier stages of the match when Bolter was taking
Advantage
all of
Bolter.
those lengthier exchanges and putting them under her name.
Game Bolter.
Sealed in style.
New balls, please.
Might feel like a little bit of a Houdini axe, that one. The 5 missed serves on the bounce at one stage, but she'd given herself the space. Bolter had the game points previously.
3 games all.
She's taken that in stride.
15 left.
Ball change here. I was speaking to one of the coaches on site yesterday about just how key that ball change has been this week. The difference between the old balls and the new ones. And it can be a game changer. These are really flying. It was helpful to Konyu on the first point of the game. But once Bolter got that ball back in play, the difficulty was on her own side of the net, dealing with that change in pace.
(15-30).
So they're helpful until they come back at you. And Konyu probably just looking to avoid Bolter getting on top of that second serve. And now she falls prey to the double fault. Big moment here.
(30).
Big serve in response. Racking up the aces.
40-30.
As I was saying, charging towards double digits in that department now.
Ball, please. Out. Game.
Bit the sideline of the service box. That's quality from Konya.
Konya leads by 4 games to 3.
And it means that Katie Bolter is still chasing. And it puts her on perilous ground here. If she's broken in the next game, Konya has the opportunity to serve for the win. Hanging on here in a manner that she wasn't able to after she won the first set in Lyon earlier this year. And Bolter charged back to win for the loss of just 3 more games. Different story in Shrewsbury. And she did use those fresher balls there, Konyu. The difficulty is that those new balls fluff up so quickly. So if you want to strike big, you've really got to maximize them within the first game or 2 of them being in play. And Konyu did so there. Pivotal for Bolter to stay in the moment and take it point by point here. The scoreboard weighed heavy in the opening set. Can't quite hide Diminor. Wrong side of the court now. As Bolter steps up for a key service game. Yeah, it's that readiness behind the penultimate ball.
15 left.
It was not the greatest drop shot in the world. But she was ready for the ball to come back. She was prepared. She adjusted accordingly.
Wait, please. No. Fifteen all. Out. 30-15. (40-15). Out. 40-30.
And took that on the rise. Rocketed it back into Bolter's body. Just didn't have time to get around the ball.
Out. Game.
Not
Bolter.
that time. Some of these balls that Konya's been able to slide back across the net have been pretty ridiculous. Bolter firm in the face of that.
4 games all.
That's a big hold of serve. There would have been a lot of nervous tension there. Knowing the scoreboard situation, how fine the line was that she was walking. As she did in the opening set. She poses the question to Anna Konyu. Talk about taking the ball early. How about that from Bolter?
Love 15.
So key right now to immediately get Anna Konyu on the run.
Let for serve.
Balls, please.
Watched that brilliantly, Konyu.
15 all.
Top-notch anticipation. She forced a reroute here from Bolter. She was short on options really with the backhand. Konyu sensed her going cross-court. Had the hand skills to deal.
30-15.
And she's not short on those service winners by any means.
Let, first serve. Fault. Out.
It just ran
Faulty
away
footing.
from her. And Konyu's defensive play over the past half hour or so has stepped up a notch. Asking for more from the Brit right now.
Out. Game. Konyo.
And deja vu, here we are
Konyo
again.
leads by 5 games to
Anna
4.
Konyo leading by 5-4 at the change of ends, and she'll look to make sure that Katie Bolter is leaving the court within the next few minutes. On this occasion, in the opening set, she broke serve. Bolter can't afford to think about that, a chance to rewrite the story. But she needs first serves when she steps up to the baseline. Konyu showing her interest in the rallies right now. Three more matches still to come on centre court today. The second two singles quarterfinals and the first of the doubles semi-finals. Just the one court in action. And Galina Kalinina,
Time.
the top seed, will be up against Elise Maloney in the match following this one.
Fifth to love. Out.
Yeah, the
5-0.
net court actually not helping Bolter on that occasion, gave Konyu a little more time to set up down the line, rock Bolter back. Was key to get that first service point just to settle her into this. Must win game. Incredible foundation laid there by Konyu, pummeling that Bolter
15-13.
backhand. Her tennis IQ has really shone through as this match has worn on, keeping her guessing. Solid strike. Danger lurking now for the world number 130. And just finding the perimeter of the court again. The
15,
Bolter
14.
backhand feeling the heat. And the scoreboard reflecting the damage. These 2 break points are 2 match points for Anna Konyu.
(30-14).
The first saved in style. My goodness, what a way to stay alive. Fearless tennis from Katie Bolter.
Deuce.
Will that put the fire under her feet?
Advantage Bolter. Game Bolter.
Some survival. Is that where this match turns? Katie Bolter coming through. Double match
5
point
games
saved. And that was not a case of Anna Konju losing those points. It was Katie Bolter winning them. Ace and forehand winner. Yeah, Konju hung back, but Bolter kept to that. Monumental game here.
Out. La 15. Out. 15-0.
No, that's well handled by Konju. She's got to bring Bolter and the crowd back down here. Remember what's been working. Effective spreading of the court there. Once again, setting up to the backhand. And
30-15.
she's seeing so clearly on this court. No distraction. Her lateral movement was tested to the max in that rally. And she had all the answers.
30-0.
Digging her heels in stubbornly here. Is it enough to make Konju feel the heat?
40-30. Game.
The Konya serve has the final say. That is just
Konya
lethal
leads by
from the Croat's
6
racket.
games to 5.
Like water off her back, the rise of Bolter. And she's been 1 point away a couple of times. And she's back to being 1 game away from the W100 Shrewsbury semi-finals.
Time.
Here we go again then. She's been in the flames before Bolter, just a matter of minutes ago. Has to serve to force the tiebreak here. That's phenomenal tennis.
Love 15.
Calmly building the point. A great rotation through the shoulders, ball after ball, getting herself around those strikes, leaning in.
That's phenomenal.
Nice and
Tunnel.
once again, when she's down, she rises up, Bolter.
30-15.
Refusing to hold back, absolutely essential. Right on top of the ball.
40-15.
Shades of set one. And the tie break now in touching distance.
Out. Game Bolter.
And she handles the flatter backhand
6
pristinely,
games all. Tiebreak.
forcing the extra ball and forcing the tiebreak. The finish line and the final set equally within distance. Has to push on here. Bolter needs a good start to this tiebreak. He has had her chasing all match. All started when she opted to receive, didn't get that breakthrough.
1-0, Bolter.
Oh,
1-0.
that will sting after the strong start to the breaker with that angled return. Just leaning out a little too much. Big service point already for Bolter here. She's not convinced. So close. I wouldn't want to call that. And she's not going to get an overrule
2-1, Bolter.
from the chair. Not on that far sideline. Hardest line, hardest mark on the call for the umpire to make a call on.
Two. Three, two, Konyuk.
Well, the serve has been her sure foundation throughout this clash. Konyu yet to be broken. So many service winners. Just going to keep her nicely in touch in this tiebreak, put the pressure on Bolter.
Real.
Bolter, though, has a decent first delivery of her own. So big to keep it level heading into the change of ends. With Konyu up a set, the 4-2 advantage would look very different at this point.
Four, three, Konyuk.
The finest of margins are going to make the difference in this clash. That was true of the opening set. Just the one break right at the back end. That could prove costly. And Bolter needs to lock right back in on this next point. Quality counter-punching. Could she have worked any harder there?
Fall.
hanging on for dear life in this match. That's huge.
Let for serve.
Massive.
5-4. Bolter.
Keeping tight to the court. Upping the ante. The return points have been such a battle. She's just won 2 on the trot. At the moment in the match where it really counts, a couple of serves to prolong this encounter, to take it down the wire.
Out.
And the loose
5-all.
forehands from Bolter have been few and far between. That's a tough pill to swallow, and this is a must-hold service point, you feel.
Out.
How did she find the court there, Konyu?
6-5. Konyu.
That was the most difficult ball to handle, so deep into Bolter's body, forcing her to back off minutes after the previous opportunities. It's match point number 3 for the former junior world number 1. Swings of momentum in this tiebreak.
Game, set a match.
Puts it
Konyu.
away
Two
and
sets to
clinches
love.
her spot
6-4,
in the
7-6.
semi-finals. Anna Konyu, whose ranking does not represent her ability. She's a former top 20 player, and she's showing a lot of qualities to get back there. Great effort from Katie Bolter, but Konyu moves through, and we'll hear from her shortly.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation once again for both of our players out here on court. Katie Bolter. And the winner of our second quarter-final here at the Shrewsbury Club. Please show your appreciation for Anna Konyu.
Anna, if we can have a chat with you before you leave. Yeah, upgrade today. We're going to use 2 microphones. We had a bit of trouble in the previous match, but what a battle there. You had a couple of match points before the tie-break.
Yeah, obviously, I knew going into the match that it was going to be tough. She's a great player. We played a couple of times, and I just, tried to focus on myself, be as aggressive as I can. I started pretty well. I think that was the key in this match. And yeah, those 2 match points. When you lose like that, you just kind of, go through motions. And I'm trying not to think about it and just, keep going, because this game is what brought me there. So I think it was good.
You stayed in it incredibly well. You fought hard. And we've seen you fight hard over the years. I know you've had a lot of injury setbacks. You've had some tough matches today. How does that impact or help you when it comes to a close match like this?
Yeah, it's great for the confidence, honestly. I'm telling my coach that I'm playing these 3 sets just, to keep me on court for longer, to be, playing tennis again. It's amazing, and that's all I wanted to do, and I'm back, I'm competing, and, just playing these tough matches, and, I smiled in the tiebreak there on the 6-5. I was like, I got nervous, but I knew that, this is what I was missing, and that's good.
Oh, we're back again. Semi-finals next. How are you feeling physically going into the back end of this week?
I like playing here. I like the surface. I'm actually not even sure who I'm playing against. Let's see. It's not working.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, Anna Konya.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for our 3rd quarter-final of the day here, please welcome onto court firstly from Great Britain, Elise Maloney. And our number 1 seed from the Ukraine, Anna-Helena Kalinina.
Welcome back to Centre Court at the Shrewsbury Club. Excuse me being a little late to the party on this occasion. It's a long day of action, quarter-finals day at the W100 Shrewsbury, and a massive occasion for this young woman, Elise Maloney, at a career-high ranking of world number 500 and one of the biggest wins of her career yesterday over the singles world number 150 and doubles world number 89, Misaki Doi. Maloney coming through in the final set tiebreak there. And she's in the main draw as a qualifier, so it's 4 match wins behind her in the main draw. 2 in the main draw, sorry, but 4 match wins behind her overall. Wins already on centre court today for Anna Konyu over Katie Bolter and Marketa Vondrousova over Barbora Politsova. So 2 spaces filled in the semi-finals, but 2 more to be taken. And the next one will go to either Maloney or our top seed from the Ukraine, Angelina Kalinina, world number 49, a career high of 34 achieved this summer. And she has shown herself resilient in Shrewsbury. In her match yesterday against Freya Christie, also of Great Britain, it went right down the wire. Christie, a former finalist here at 25k level, gave a brilliant account of herself, but Kalinina showed her level.
3 minutes.
Her ability to sustain and to stay calm in the big moments, coming through there at the sharp end of the match. And setting up this first meeting with Maloney. She's been under a microscope in Shrewsbury. Kalinina on centre court for the 3rd time. Maloney making her debut on centre stage. It was a 6-4, 6-1 convincing win over Elsa Giacomo in the first round for Kalinina before Christie took her down the wire for that 3-6, 6-4, 6-7-6 result. As far as Elise Maloney goes, a 6-2, 6-3 win to kick off over British wildcard Eden Silva, ranked higher. So
2 minutes.
Punching above her weight, Maloney, but she's made so much progress this season.
Angelina Kalinina to the left of chair, won a toss and chose to receive.
And for the 2nd time in a row, the choice to receive to kick things off in this match. The winner of this one to take on Marketa Vondrousova. Quite an intimidating prospect after the way the Olympic silver medalist came through earlier on. Barbora Politsova, the 18-year-old, was absolutely cleaning up for a set and a half. And then Vondrousova dug deep, slowed her down, found a way, and came through in 3 sets. So a little bit of rest time for Vondrousova, extra rest time ahead of taking on one of these 2 in the semi-finals tomorrow. And one more match to follow this one onto court. Lily Miyazaki, W60 Glasgow champion, and a wild card in the main draw here, courtesy of that showing, takes on Eva Lies, the 20-year-old from Germany.
.30 seconds.
For Maloney, it's all about embracing the big stage today. She had a great attitude going into that match with Doi. Just seizing the opportunity with both hands, seeing where she was at, and it turns out she is in a very good place. And Kalinina will be a different style of player, a different matchup. But these are conditions that suit the Maloney game style. As the balls fluff up and get slower, she can definitely utilize that. Let's see what she can do today. Biggest match of Maloney's career so far, without question, taking on a top 50 player for a spot in the W100 Shrewsbury semi-finals. Abigail Johnson back with you for this one.
First set, Elise Maloney to serve. Ready? Play. 15 love. Out. 30 love.
Well, she's been given the opportunity to serve first here, Maloney, due to Kalinina opting to receive. And she can lock this hold on the board straightforwardly, the perfect way to ease herself into a massive match.
Forty love. Out. 40-15.
Now, Maloney might have some form of advantage here in that she probably has a better idea of what to expect against Kalinina than her opponent does in terms of Maloney's game.
(40-30).
She's going to have to do a little bit of sussing out as she goes along, the Ukrainian. And she's been on the scene at a higher level of the sport a lot longer than Maloney. She's been further in the spotlight. And the 22-year-old is likely more of an unknown to Kalinina.
Let second service. Deuce. Advantage, Kalinina.
It started out so positively, game points up, but Kalinina has just kept Maloney playing here, and the Brit may be overthinking it slightly.
Game, Kalinina.
And there it is, the break in the opening game for the top seeds. Angelina Kalinina breaking through. Now, the first match of the day went to 3 sets. The second was a straight setter, but it feels like there have been 2 3-set matches on centre court already. Such was the tightness of the previous match. Katie Boulter will be bitterly disappointed. Broken for the opening set. The only break of that set, and then was a mini break up in the tie break before Anna Konya turned it around. Big effort from the former junior world number 1.
Angelina Kalinina to serve.
Kalinina, after being put through her paces yesterday, has extra motivation for a quicker day at the office. But she won't realise how gritty Liz Maloney can be.
Out. 15 love. Let, second service.
Nice work.
15-all.
Now the backhand is the attacking wing for Maloney. That was a well-used angle. Locking in. If you're not familiar with Elise Maloney, you'll be noticing straight away what a spinny
13.
shot her forehand is. She has an extreme grip on that wing that really helps with the consistency. It gives that ball a lot of cushion. Was able to slide it over nicely there and cause Kalinina some trouble. Inching into this game. Trademark resilience. And that point had Elise Maloney written all over it.
15-40.
If she can keep locking in from the first ball, it could be another long day at the office for the 25-year-old facing the breakback points hit. It's good work. I think a broken string there for Maloney, it sounded like. And such was the force of the ball going back behind. And that patience that Kalinina showed in that particular point is going to be tested out here today.
Game, Maloney.
There it is, the immediate strike back. That will ease Maloney into this huge encounter.
1 game all.
It's an interesting situation for Maloney. On the one hand, there's such a spotlight here, big stands, big occasion, huge match. On the other, she knows that she's the overwhelming underdog. And if she can think like that, there should be a lack of tightness at this stage.
Love 15.
But easier said than done.
Love 30.
Yeah, that's understandable, the pressure on the second serve. And Kalinina will look to get on top of that. And the body language is so important, bouncing on the balls of her feet, showing that she's up for this, energized. That has an impact.
Love 40.
Slowed her own tempo down here, Kalinina, focusing more on the spread of the court. And Maloney just struggling to generate on the backhand. Interesting switch up from the top seed. Triple break point.
15-14.
Way to save the first.
$30-14.
Needle sharp precision on the lob. Not a lot Maloney could do there, even with her wheels.
Kalinina leads by 2-1.
3 games, 3 breaks in this third match of singles quarter-final day at the W100 Shrewsbury.
Needle sharp. Needle sharp precision on the lob. Not a lot Maloney could do there, even with her wheels.
Kalinina leads by
Looking to build some momentum here, Kalinina. She did play an event at this level, the 100k level, last week out in Spain. Lost in 3 sets in the first round. So just getting her streak back going. Had to withdraw ahead of her second round match against Petra Kvitova at the US Open. But did get a run to the quarter-final stage of the WTA 250 event in Romania last month. Wins over Eugenie Bouchard, former Wimbledon finalist, and Iseline Bonaventure of Belgium to make that last 8 stage. First time back in a quarter-final since then. And looking to be the first player to hold serve, and Galina Kalinina with the break.
Love 15.
Did everything she could possibly have done there, Maloney, and comes out with the mini victory.
Love 13.
Kept her feet moving really nicely in the forecourt to maintain position, to track that ball.
Did everything she could possibly.
Out 15-13.
that's a shame.
30-all.
The positioning had been maintained so nicely by Maloney there, but you could see Kalinina racing to cover across the baseline. Maloney just dropped off the forehand, maybe a bit distracted. But these
30-40.
are slightly worrying early signs for the Ukrainian. As much as she did really well to edge past Freya Christie, break point saved numbers stood at 1 saved out of 4 at the end of the match.
Just correction, ball's good.
Just improved that number in this match with that serve. Maloney not convinced, but did look like that caught the line and the overall came quickly. Good reach.
Advantage, Kalinina.
I knew what she was doing there. Kalinina quality angle and then hitting into the backhand. Harder wing to lob off for Maloney.
Thank you. Game, Kalinina.
Deep into the forehand, that's what it needs to be.
Kalinina leads by 3-1.
Big survival there for Kalinina. First onto the board in terms of holds of serve. Consolidates that break, puts a little bit of breathing room between herself and her opponent here.
Love. Love. Replay the points.
Well, it's a point replay because Maloney had a look at the ball, but Kalinina is disappointed because really she was on the ascendancy there.
Love.
The overall came quickly, but it couldn't resolve the damage.
Out. 40 love. 40-15.
Oh my, just about caught the paint there. I think she needed that, Kalinina. Not in the brightest of moods out here.
40-15.
Decent forehand from Maloney.
40-15.
Better one from the top seed.
Oh my.
Game, Maloney.
Great staying power from the Brit. Keeps herself nicely in touch at the beginning of this opening set.
Kalinina leads by 3 games to 2.
Down a break, but you sense that she's in her opponent's head a little bit. Or she's at least got under her skin. Very much engaged in the contest. She's been based at Jet Academy for a number of years for training Maloney, and she's made great progress under the tutelage there of Alan Jones and Joe Dury, who was actually courtside for her in Loughborough last week when she reached the semi-finals of the W25 event. Dury really impressed with the strides that Maloney has made in recent months, and her ascent up the rankings has shown it this season. Got off to a great start at the beginning of the year by reaching her first final at W25 level. That was in Bath in January. She's really made the most, Maloney, of being able to compete at home this season with the increased number of ITF World Tennis Tour competitions staged by the LTA in the UK. Has had the opportunity to show her ability to stay with opponents ranked much higher. She was on the edge of the world's top 1,000 coming into this season, Maloney. She's cut her ranking in half, and she's now playing with the best. Two goods from Kalinina.
15-love.
Such an effective combination. We saw Marketa Vondrousova do this beautifully multiple times earlier.
Love.
Quickly up the court.
40 love.
Bouncing on the balls of her feet. And never once did she take her eye off that ball.
Game, Kalinina. Kalinina leads by 4 games to 2.
Just what she was looking for, the love hold. In the face of Maloney holding for the first time in this match. And keeping her opponent on the back foot.
Love. 30 love. $30-15.
Well, she tracked that to perfection, Kalinina. Slamming the brakes on in this game.
$40-15.
She's a very committed player, Maloney. Understands that it's not all about blasting winners.
$40-13.
She specialises in wearing down the opposition, but these are good signs for Kalinina. A lot of players are quite scared of hitting into that Maloney forehand because it so rarely breaks down. It will hold up over a length of time. Kalinina taking it on there, getting the adequate depth of shot.
Game Maloney.
But it holds up just enough. And staying positive out here, at least Maloney,
balls,
even
please.
as she trails by a
Kalinina
break of
leads by
serve.
4-3. Ball change.
In touch in the open up.
Time.
Not her first trip to a quarter-final in the UK this season. Kalinina made the last date of the WTA 500 event in Eastbourne prior to Wimbledon.
Out. Love 15. Let for service. Out.
She's anticipated so well there, Maloney. Keeping her balance, watching the ball.
Love 30.
And Kalinina does not look entirely secure. There's some frustrated glances over at her coach. And there have been from early on in this encounter. Looking at the deficit.
15-13.
Built the point.
15.
And one of those
14.
ground strokes was so deep into the Kalinina body, it plunged her onto the back foot. Her competitive fire always burns bright. Break back points for Elise Maloney.
Thirty 14. Deuce.
And she has to capitalise immediately on the first serve, responding accordingly there, Kalinina. And this is the thing when it comes to a competitor at this level, you can't read everything from their body language. Looking to shake off the frustration between points, Kalinina, and then get back down to business. But you can understand the
Maloney.
agitation there. Unnecessary double fault. And that's break point number 3.
Game, Maloney.
And we're back on serve. It is a little bit of a deja vu. I got a very trustworthy translation just now of something that Kalinina was
4 games
saying
all.
on court just there. She said, I'm making the same mistakes as yesterday. And it certainly is following the pattern of yesterday of how close her clash was with Freya Christie. The serve not quite holding up under scrutiny. Maloney with the opportunity to take a step out in front for the first time in this clash.
Fifteen love. Out. 15-all.
Just about catching the corner. Needs to at least leave an indent on this game, Kalinina.
Out. 15-30.
A lot of this is about internal management for Kalinina. Can she keep her focus on each and every ground stroke and not get wrapped up in the overall situation of the match?
Out.
Tried to be too cute with the forehand there, Maloney. It almost looked like she was caught in two minds as to what to do with that ball. And the result was not ideal. Double chance to get that break back in hand for the world number 49.
Game, Kalinina.
And there it is. And that reaction tells you everything. A lot of
Kalinina
bottled up
leads by 5
frustration
games to 4.
for the top seed. But she is one step away from the opening set. She'll serve for it. It's up a little bit loose at moments from Maloney there, but she won't break stride. She treats every game the same, serve or return. She will not let Kalinina have this easy. The Ukrainian is going to have to up the ante to get across the line. Another chance to put the memories of yesterday's battle to bed.
Time. Out. Love 15. Out. Love 30.
And this is exactly what you can expect when the 22-year-old is on court. Nothing will come easy. Had to take it up a gear there, Kalinina.
15-30.
Top response. Patiently opening up the court. Pinpointing the moment to crack down. Maloney did all she could on that occasion.
All. Out.
That's such a clinical backhand up the line. And she's grown
30-40.
more and more potent with that shot, Maloney, more ambitious with it across the season. And she's playing to win here as she looks to get back in this set. Break back point.
Game, Maloney.
Never far away. And the dismal breakpoint
5
numbers for
games all.
Kalinina continue. You can totally understand her frustration out here. It's in her head, those numbers. She's acutely aware of it, and she's very aware right now of Elise Maloney's powers of resistance.
Love 15. Out. Love 30.
Now both players struggling with the same hurdles at the moment. Just sustaining that intensity on serve. It can be easier to break through.
Out.
Case in point, Kalinina swinging through those ground
Love
strokes
40.
in a manner that she's just struggling to channel when the ball is on her racket to kickstart the point. Triple break point for the top seed.
Game, Kalinina.
And once again, for the second time, she will have the opportunity
Kalinina
to
leads
serve
by
for
6
the
games to
opening
5.
set. Keeps her cool on the return. Can she bring it to the court when she serves for the advantage? Multiple top 10 wins to her name this season for Kalinina over Garbiñe Muguruza in Madrid on clay courts. And right here in the UK in Eastbourne over Maria Sakkari, then ranked world number
Time.
5. It's a different situation though when you're the player that everyone's taking a swing at. Target on her back this week. In some ways, she has more to lose than Elise Maloney today. But she does have another opportunity to serve for this opening set. Good start.
15 love.
Extra confidence boost that she's coming out on the right end of a longer rally there. The kind of exchange that Maloney tends to thrive in.
$15-all. $30-15.
Well, if she can just get the set here, Kalinina against Freya Christie yesterday, she had to fight back from behind. There wasn't really a moment where the pressure dropped off her shoulders. Being a set to the good, it might make the difference in terms of sustaining.
Action, ball's good, 40-15.
Well, it was a big second serve, and that's disappointing for Maloney that the overall means that the point goes against her. Deemed not to have a good enough look at that ball. Double set point for Angelina Kalinina.
Let for service. $40-13. Game and first
That's
set,
magic.
Kalinina.
Shot of the match to clinch the set. Angelina Kalinina comes out with her finest moment at the crucial
7
hour.
games to 5.
And you can sense what it's taken out of her. 7-5, she leads on centre court. What a devastating blow. Maloney herself had played that point brilliantly. And that's the bottom line. That's the quality of her opponent today. A top 50 player. Former world number 34. Finding it when it mattered most. But only just. And Maloney off the court quickly here, looking to regroup ahead of the rest of the match. She was right in touch all the way through that set. has to take the positives into the remainder of the contest. Over 450 spots separate these two players in the rankings. Maloney has kept it much, much closer. Well, it's not the Shrewsbury Club hosting an ITF World Tennis Tour event, if you're not seeing a bit of this. Sweet Caroline, every tournament. And there have been many of those tournaments here at the Shrewsbury Club, a long-time host of ITF World Tennis Tour events, but this, the biggest by some distance, had a W60 for the women in February of 2019, won by Vitalia Diatchenko, Yanina Wickmeyer, the runner-up, so
Time.
world-class players have descended on these courts before, but the likes of Angelina Kalinina, and that's something different altogether.
Second set, Maloney to
Current
serve.
top 50 player, just showing her class at the back end of that opener.
15-love.
Maloney, though, was right with her for the duration, down the wire. She's shown her tenacity time and again. The big question now is how is she going to find ways to finish these points when things get close? Kalinina had the answers in the first set.
$30-15. $30-all.
And that right there, that is exactly why Maloney felt the pressure on the second
30-40.
serve on the previous double fault. Kalinina so quick to capitalize on that return, a bit unfortunate. The drop on the backhand. But she was ready to take advantage, and she'll look to be ready to capitalize here on this second delivery.
Out. Game, Kalinina.
And that's exactly how she
First game,
wanted to
second set.
secure the break of serve. Kalinina coming out on top of one of Maloney's trademark exchanges. 3 games on the trot for the top seed. It doesn't feel like that, such has been the pace of play, but she'll take it. And it might just be what she needs to loosen up on serve. And that said, she is looking quite heavy-legged out here. Back end of a long season, and it's been a season of some progress for Kalinina. Kept her ranking within that top 50 for the majority of the season. Picked up some big wins along the way as well.
Out. 15 love.
Smoothly does it. Now that baseline resilience just a
30
little
love.
less frustrating, a little less intimidating when you're up on the board. And Kalinina getting on top of that ball early, following it up to the
Smooth.
net.
Forty love.
And that's a bonus.
Let for service. Game, Kalinina.
There it is, the love consolidation. Making this a massive service game for Elise Maloney. She can lightly sense that.
Kalinina leads by 2 games to love.
Let's see how she responds to it.
Love 15. Let for service. Love 30.
Now that's tough because that was the right shot to go for. Has to make Kalinina do more work with the legs out here. But the scoreboard pressure, the way her opponent has stepped up, is mounting. Tricky moments.
Love 40.
And you can't argue with that strike. Winning that first set seems to have made all the difference for the Ukrainian. Flowing more freely, triple break point.
Let for service. Game, Kalinina.
Yeah, she was right in her eye line,
Kalinina
Kalinina.
leads by 3 games to love.
And Maloney feeling the moment there. Not a shot she would miss in an average match, but this is no average match. This is a big time occasion. She's brought it across the week so far, Maloney, coming through qualifying, but Kalinina is a big step up in opposition. She's in the driver's seat right now on centre court.
Time.
Well, I've seen Elise Maloney come back from worse deficits than this. One time last year competing on the UK Pro League British event spanning the season. She came back from a set and 5-1 down to get the victory against a much higher ranked opponent. She's going to have to channel that resilience now. But when the first serve is
15
biting
love.
and the follow-up shot is intentional, it's going to be tough.
$30 love. $30-15. At 40-15.
Hasn't missed a first delivery in this game. Just a sign of how the tide is turning, how much better she's feeling. And that is completely my fault.
Game, Kalinina. New balls, please.
And the backing up of the double break.
Kalinina leads by 4 games to love.
That is 6 games on the trot for the top seed. But Maloney serving with the new balls, a chance to disrupt a bit of rhythm here. Has to seize it. The difficulty is going to be if those balls do come back across the net. If she can't force the error with the serve, it could destroy her own rhythm. Well, some way to start the game.
15 love.
You could see both players scrambling for a foothold at the beginning of that rally, but Maloney found her groove.
$15-all. 15-13.
Much better. Quickly up when she saw the shorter ball.
30-all.
And again, the footwork providing a solid foundation. Oh, she's found that brilliantly. Some way to stay alive.
40-30.
The difference between 40-30 and 30-40 right now is monumental. Triple break and it's all but over.
Game, Maloney.
Bullet in the corner. That is so well done by Maloney to stop the run of games for her opponent. It was 6 on the trot.
By 4 games to 1.
And Elise Maloney says not just yet. Knowing her fighting qualities, she's still got the potential to make something happen in this match. Has she done enough to get back under Kalinina's skin? Multiple times she's seen success on British soil this season, Maloney. That final in Bath, semi-finals last week in Loughborough at the 25k event. She's also seen a doubles victory that same week in Birmingham that she reached the final alongside Andra Lukashutsa. They picked up Maloney's first 25k level trophy.
Time.
She has been back in finals since. And if she continues on the same trajectory, there's a lot more of that to come. She can take so much confidence from how she's been able to hold her own this week. But for the time being, this match is on the world number 49's racket.
Out, 15-love. $30-love. $40-love.
She'll be a little disappointed, Maloney, after the fire she finished the previous game with. A couple of returns, not been able to put them back in play.
Game, Kalinina.
And that's brutal. That must have been the very outside edge of the sideline there from Kalinina. And it shows that she's still feeling loose off the back of winning that opening set.
And that's brutal.
Out. 15 love.
She spied that well, Maloney. And at this point in time, she will not be thinking about the scoreboard. She will just be thinking about fighting.
40 love.
And she has the capabilities to do exactly that. She will not make this easy for Kalinina. Who knows if she can hold comprehensively here.
Game Maloney.
And that's as comprehensive a hold as it gets. Well done, Elise Maloney. Showing her resolve.
Leads by 5 games to 2.
Forcing Angelina Kalinina to do this the hard way. After this sit down, the top seed will serve for the match and her spot in the semi-finals.
Time. Thank you. Music, please. Thank you. Thanks. Love 15. Yeah, just wait.
Oh boy. If she'd have lost that point, Kalinina, I'd have advised you to fasten your seatbelt. But there was a lot of conviction in this strike.
Oh boy.
Way to get going in the game.
Lead second service. $15-30.
Maybe keep an eye on those seatbelts. You might need them. With Elise Maloney, you can just never tell.
Out.
Not this time. On the backhand, She's done so well off that wing when she's been on top of the ball, but the pressure was on. Kalinina smart with the approach. Oh my, she's just caught that. That dropped at the final moment. And the 11th hour is not the 12th. And Liz Maloney with a chance to keep this one going.
Out.
Here she comes.
Maloney.
Maloney looking to bring the ghosts of yesterday back to haunt Angelina Kalinina.
leads by 5 games to 3.
2 games in a row. And a chance to start building momentum.
Let's for service. Love.
Has to keep the intensity in each and every point, Maloney. If she can just put this hold on the board, there is so much pressure on Kalinina, even with the break still in hand. And the consistency of the backhand side, the length on that shot is doing some
15.
damage. This is her territory. This is where she starts playing. And this is where she starts making you feel it. And Kalinina might well be feeling it.
Out. (40-15). Game Maloney.
There it is. A third game on the bounce for Liz Maloney.
Kalinina leads by 5 games to 4.
Trademark tenacity. Is it enough to completely turn this match around? Kalinina with another chance to serve for the match, but it's an altogether different situation this time around. I mentioned the UK Pro League before. I remember seeing Liz Maloney after the first week of competition there last year. It's a round-robin format played across the week. The finals week actually staged here at the Shrewsbury Club last year. And I remember seeing Liz after she finished the first week, and she could only finish as high as 8th or 7th. And she was so disappointed with that result. Even though her ranking was very low at the time. There were a lot of higher ranked players in the draw. She knew her potential. She knew the level she was capable of. It's a level that she's been putting on the court in Shrewsbury to date and throughout this season. Looking to make Kalinina feel the heat here as she serves for the match a second time.
Love.
At this stage, it's so important just to get that first point on the board. Settle herself into this, shake off the memories of the most recent service game. And that's big time.
30 love.
Maloney's covered pillar to post there. She really had no business keeping the rally going as long as she did. Kalinina didn't flinch.
Let for service.
Paints the baseline and never says die.
30-15.
And that reaction as well, just sending the message to Kalinina that she still believes, even in this position. Not quite this time. That's quality from Kalinina, the length of shot.
15.
Even as Maloney hung so tough. Looking to finish strong, the top seed with double match point.
Game, set, match.
That will
Kalinina.
do it. Semi-final spot sealed for Angelina
7-5,
Kalinina.
6-4.
The highest ranked player in the tournament has carried the target well there. Elise Maloney threatened. She just about held her off. Semi-finals tomorrow at the W100 Shrewsbury. And it's ladies and gentlemen, another great contest on centre court. What an effort from Elise Maloney. Another round of applause for our runner-up in this match. And huge congratulations to Angelina Kalinina, the top seed through to tomorrow's semi-finals. Well, we have two more matches still to come for you on centre court. The next of those, the final singles match between Eva Lies of Germany and Great Britain's Lily Miyazaki, to be on court in a few minutes' time. Thank you. Little mic switch there at the last moment. We've had some tech difficulties today, but no difficulties at the end of that match for Kalinina, just as Maloney was making it tough. And so she will be through and into the semi-finals tomorrow, where she will take on Marketa Vondrousova, former Roland Garros finalist. Two more matches still to come then on centre court. And the next of those, the last of the singles, as just mentioned, Lily Miyazaki, Glasgow champion, to take on Eva Lies.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for our fourth and final quarter-final singles match here today at the Shrewsbury Club, please welcome onto court from Germany, Eva Lies. And a big warm Shrewsbury welcome from Great Britain, Lily Miyazaki.
opponent pulled the plug. And it's been a little bit of a theme for Miyazaki's opponents recently. It's a bit of a standing joke that they take one look at her and they bite the dust. On her run to the W60 Glasgow Trophy a couple of weeks ago, a couple of opponents were physically ailing.
Released to the right of the chair, won the toss and chose to serve.
And Darren Michaels in the chair there to oversee this clash, this first meeting between these two players. But Miyazaki mentioned yesterday that she's been watching Lee's progress up the rankings. And the German really riding a wave of form. Miyazaki herself felt like it was starting to stutter a bit prior to Glasgow when she really did light it up to fit the background music. Beat the top seed Katie Swan, and in the final came back from a huge deficit to get the better of Heather Watson. Can she get back to winning ways today? Looking for her third win on the bounce for the first time since then. Lily Miyazaki up against Ava Lees. Abigail Johnson with you for this fourth and final singles match of the day. Doubles still to come as we get started with the semi-finals there.
End of warm-up. First set, Ava Lees to serve. Ready? Play.
What a way to kickstart a quarter-final.
15 love.
And what a way to respond.
15 all.
Now looking at the order of play, another brilliant order of play, full of tantalizing matches. This was one that stood out as one that could potentially get very close, such as the form of the two players. And such is the matchup of game styles. Lee's hitting a big ball from the baseline. Miyazaki with the ability to take that ball on the rise, to switch things up, to unsettle the opposition. Lee's showing her fighting qualities yesterday on top of everything else. They do seem to balance each other out.
Teal. Out.
Early opportunity for Lily Miyazaki,
30-40.
who was familiar with the Shrewsbury club prior to this week, having contested the UK Pro League Finals week here last November. And Lisa's working hard to try and make her uncomfortable.
Deuce.
Some set point save there, and break point I should say, right at the beginning of this one. Good anticipation.
Advantage, Lise. Game, Lise.
And there's the hold from breakpoint down. Looking pumped and ready for
First
this
game.
one, the 20-year-old. On a 7-match win streak, courtesy of picking up a W60 title around the same time as Lily Miyazaki. She was out in Slovakia, at least, when she got it done. Makes that 3 singles trophies on the ITF World Tennis Tour overall. Had a couple of 25k level titles to her name from the past couple of years. This the
Lily
4th
Miyazaki
step up on the
just-
ITF circuit, just a step away from WTA competition, and as a result, a really strong draw here in Shrewsbury that featured multiple top 100 players.
Love 15. Love 30.
The double fault did crop up a little for Miyazaki in the previous match. Knows Lise loves to attack. And that automatically puts more pressure on that
15,
second
30.
serve. But with the eagerness to attack comes a greater risk of a misstep, and Miyazaki needs to use her tools and play it patient out here. And also spy her opportunities.
To use her tools and play it patient out here.
30.
Well set up. Taking that ball at the height of the rise.
.40.
Yeah, but 2 double faults in the same game. That's a real danger zone. Lise, having come through the early test, now with a big opportunity in front of her, break point second serve.
Game, Lise.
And she pummeled that ball into her opponent's body. Devastating depth, and it is the
Lise
early
leads
break
2
of
games
serve
to love.
for Ava Lise, who already has the win over Miyazaki's doubles partner of the last 3 weeks, Emily Appleton, here in Shrewsbury. Miyazaki and Appleton, doubles semi-finalists in Glasgow and Loughborough. Lise with her focus firmly on the singles event here in Shrewsbury.
15 love.
earns the applause from all areas, including her opponent.
15.
And that reaction on the previous point tells you a lot about
30,
Eva Lise and her
15.
composure and how she's able to stay upbeat, keep her shoulders up. That was absolutely pivotal against Jodie Burrage.
Let. Second set.
Short on time there, Miyazaki.
40, 15.
Her opponent made sure of that.
Game. Lise.
And there is the consolidation of the break. Ideal start here for Eva Lise,
Lise leads 3 games to love.
bringing that positive energy back to centre court. Second match in a row on the stadium court. And looking to book a spot in tomorrow's semi-finals to take on the top seed, Angelina Kalinina, who kept it to straight sets today. It's interesting here, Lise going up against Miyazaki, who is coached by the same man as Jodie Burrage, Craig Veal, working with Miyazaki and Burrage, and so he will have some insight from the previous match. But Miyazaki and Burrage with completely different game styles. Burrage favoring the all-out attack, the big baseline strike. Miyazaki more creative, more about the feel, the
Time.
flair.
Love 15.
This could get awkward. The amount of tennis that Lisa's played recently, the amount of wins she's picked up, definitely shows from her body language, from the flow she's bringing to court.
Love 30. Let for set. Fifteen 30.
Well, she'll take that lifeline, Miyazaki. The missed return on a second serve. This has the potential to run away quite quickly. needs to use her time here on the serve.
Out.
More than that, though, she needs her first serve
15-40.
because the moves that Lise is making are immediate. Right up on top once again, double break point for the double break.
Game.
Well,
Lise.
that double fault completely understandable, such as the way Lise is stepping up on top of the court.
Lise leads 4 games to love.
Understandable, but not ideal. She's got to get going again right away here, Lily Miyazaki. Try and get a read on these deliveries.
Fifteen love. Out. 30 love.
She's playing so quickly, Lise. It's the timing of the ball. These courts at the Shrewsbury Club actually playing pretty slowly due to the way the balls fluff up, but she's making them look fast.
40 love.
And she's all over this. So impressive.
Game lead.
Well, she's not the home player, but she is demanding the applaud from the crowd right now. Ava
Lise
Lise.
leads 5 games to love.
Dominant stuff, keeping these exchanges to a minimum, and I think she's smiling at her own level out here, tearing it up. 1 game away from the opening set already.
Time. Love 15. Love 30.
It's like her hands are tied here, Miyazaki, trying to stop the runaway train. Can't find that first serve. pressure on the second. Well, this has been like a flash of lightning so far. Breathtaking immediacy from Lee's triple set point. And she only needs the first. That is quite incredible from the 20-year-old. Well, Emily Appleton said after she lost to her in round one, if Lee's kept up the level, she was winning the tournament. She seems to have intentions out here. 6-love. She takes the opener. Barely 20 minutes needed for that set of tennis. Well, I wonder if Lily Miyazaki is physically all right. She did actually end up in tears during her doubles match with Emily Appleton earlier in the week because she'd pulled her ab, a weird injury that she couldn't really make sense of because she couldn't feel it on the serve, but she could feel it when it was sitting down. Something that she's been able to manage this week. But unless we see anything otherwise, I think you've just got to put that set of tennis down to Lise seeing the ball so well and taking advantage of the fact that Miyazaki struggled to find that first delivery. Yeah, Miyazaki is not the kind of player that is going to blow her opponent off the court, so if she's not allowed to get established in the rallies, there is the potential for her to get wiped away. And that set went so quickly that she's just got to shut the door on it, put it behind her and start this match afresh. It was all Eva Lise.
Time. Second set, Lise to set. Love.
There we go. Get the crowd involved.
15 all.
The key confidence from Miyazaki to go after those forehands. That's more like it. This is where she hits reset. Stepping up the court a little more.
15-30.
Increasingly taking that ball on the rise the way she's so capable of doing. But Lise looking to take the air out of the balloon. It's going to take a little bit more than 15-30 to really ruffle her feathers here.
30-40.
What about 30-40 though? It can be tough when you're the player who's rolled through the opener to keep that momentum going.
Game, Miyazaki.
Suddenly on the board.
New balls, please.
A yep of approval there from Lise, acknowledging how Miyazaki was able to inch her way up the court there and sees
First
advantage.
game, second set.
A little bit of a strategy switch from Miyazaki, making her mark on the board with a break of serve in the very first game of the second set. It's a new match now.
Love 15. Let's first set. Let. Fifteen all. Out. 30-50.
And she is just slowing it down, Miyazaki. It's key that she didn't look panicked at the back end of the opening set. Maybe a little shell-shocked, but just assessed the situation, adjusted accordingly. And that was skilled anticipation midway through that rally. Getting the racket in the right place
40,
to
15.
take this particular forehand on the rise, get Lise on the run, turn her own work against her.
And that was skill.
Quick to capitalize.
Out game, Miyazaki.
And that's the consolidation. Turnaround underway on center court.
Miyazaki leads 2 games to love.
And she's not as big a presence on court as Lise, but she is very calm, Miyazaki. Takes things in stride, conserves a lot of energy that way.
Out. Love 15. Out. Love 30.
Well, how quickly things can swing. Miyazaki's found her footing. She's getting a much better read on these balls
Love
now.
40.
She was quickly out to cover that wide serve. Never missed a beat. And Lise is feeling the court has been minimised as a result. Triple break point. Oh, that's brutal though. Leaning right through it.
15-40.
It's going to take a little bit more to dig a way out of this hole, but that's a start.
$30-40. Deuce.
Some recovery. And this time Miyazaki a little slower off the mark on the return. Could be a key survival, this.
Out. Advantage Lise. Out. Deuce. Out. Advantage Lise.
It becomes really important for Miyazaki to break through here. Now this game is extended, you can sense Lise's belief rising again.
Deuce.
But she took a foot off the gas. Just didn't commit through that forehand. I cannot believe she found that mark on the lob. She was jammed up there, Miyazaki. She'd overrun it, but that's the hand skills.
Advantage Miyazaki.
Incredible weapon. Cool under pressure. Break point again.
Game, Miyazaki.
And that second serve felt some pressure from Lise. It's all change on centre court, and it's a double break
Miyazaki
advantage
leads,
for
3 games
Lily
to love.
Miyazaki right in this match. And some people might be a little bit flummoxed by this turnaround, but that's what the start of a new set can do to both players. Those opening moments are so key. Miyazaki will know it's not a done deal though. Lisa's going to stay with it, keep fighting.
Time.
The tiniest of hints there that she's feeling the frustration of this turnaround, but she knows that it is key to have taken that opening set. Just give herself the space for things to go awry. If she's to make a move in this set, the German, this game feels key.
Fifteen love. Out. 30 love. T15.
Well, as this set begins to slide away, Elise needs to build on anything that comes her way, whether or not it's all her own doing. That's well done.
30 all.
Light on her feet, covered to the center of the baseline quickly. Committing to the game
well
plan,
done.
even in this scoreboard position. Not much she can do about that, though.
40-30. Game.
Strength in her
Miyazaki.
legs to get down and meet that ball. Seeing it clearly now, Lily Miyazaki.
Miyazaki leads 4 games to love.
Can she slow this down then, Eva Lise? Use the serve that Miyazaki has been reading that much better in this second set. Big tennis.
15 love. Out. 30 love.
Now this is more like it.
40 love.
She doesn't hang around. Liz so confident with the forehand.
$40-15.
Not just yet.
40-30.
Mm, 2 points on the trot. Might just make Elise feel a bit of pressure here.
Game lead.
That's the way. That is more like the Eva Lise we saw in the opening set and that we've seen throughout this week in Shrewsbury.
Miyazaki leads 4 games to 1.
In contention now, the German in this second set. Can manage a smile here. Now you might be wondering about the little Ukrainian flag pinned on her cap there, because Lise does play under the German flag, but she was born in the Ukraine, born in Kiev. She moved to Germany with the family when she was just 2 years old, where they set up base in Hamburg. She's coached by her dad, Vladimir, who is a former pro himself. He actually played for Ukraine at Davis Cup. So she certainly feels the situation out there close to her heart. And Lily Miyazaki marches under the British flag now, but she was born in Japan, lived there for the first 5 years of her life. Touched down on British shores for the first time aged 10, and she's been here, trained here ever since. How does she react to her streak of games being snapped? It was 4 on the trot.
Love.
That's how she reacts. Gets straight back to business. Thanks for that answer.
Love. Out. 30-50.
That angle when she's taking the forehand on the rise is so effective.
40-50.
It's a double-edged sword. Already short on reaction time, the opponent, due to the way she's taking the ball, but with the angle on top, it's further to run. Less chance of staying alive.
Game. Miyazaki.
Hammering that home. Sublime response to the fight back from Eva Lise.
Miyazaki leads 5 games to 1.
And the German serving to stay in this second set.
Out. Love 15. Fifteen. Out.
Oh, she's found a way to snatch time away, Miyazaki. Lise was so immediate all the way through that opening
15-30.
set. It was too tough, but she's finding her range earlier in the rallies now.
Thirty. Out. 30-40.
Even with the healthy advantage in this second set, Miyazaki would love to get it done on the return, start the decider on serve.
Game and second set.
And there you have
Miyazaki.
it. Lily Miyazaki levels up this contest. The
6
first set
games to
flew
1.
away from her,
One settle.
but she struck back quickly. A third set will decide it in the final quarterfinal of the day. Yeah, she stayed so calm, unruffled, smoothed over the loss of the opening set. Took the lessons, shut the door, and that is just the perfect response from Miyazaki. But so often, got to be said, particularly in women's tennis with the quality of the return, things can seesaw like this, and it wouldn't be too difficult, you feel, for Eva Lise if she gets a strong start to the decider to turn things back in her direction. So Miyazaki has to be just as sharp, just as careful in the opening couple of games here of the decider to prevent the pendulum from swinging once more. I think I said previously that top seed Angelina Kalinina awaits the winner of this. That is, of course, incorrect. Marketa Vondrousova taking on the top seed tomorrow. It'll be Anna Konjuh who faces the winner of this clash. Former junior world #1, previously a top 20 player. Still so young, Konjuh as well. Had to deal with a lot of injuries early in her career.
Time. Final set. Miyazaki to set.
Here we go then, one set shootout for a spot in the semis.
Let the set. Love 15. Love 30.
Now, this is exactly what she needed to be wary of, and she's played enough tennis in her time to know, Miyazaki, that once that second set is wrapped up, it's a new match, just as it was for Miyazaki stepping into the second set.
Out. 15-30. 15-40.
Quickly into the body, and Miyazaki moving around for the backhand on that occasion. It's the forehand that has done some real damage in the previous set. Lise ready to step up. Double break point.
$30-40. Out.
Giving
Game
Miyazaki
Lise.
a taste of her own medicine, Lise, taking that ball quickly, shortening
game, final
her
set.
opponent's reaction time. Eva Lise with the immediate break in the third set. And the tricky part here is that she's done a lot of winning lately, Lise, on that 7-match winning streak. In some ways, she might have forgotten how to lose. Even prior to the beginning of that streak, she'd made the semi-finals at 60k level out in Slovakia. Made it to the third round of qualifying at the US Open as well.
$15
It's been a very good run of form since she transitioned back to hard courts. Middle of August. That's nice. A little reminder of what went down in the second set.
15-all.
Miyazaki getting over the top of the forehand. That's what really did the damage. Set her up for the easy finish.
$15-30. $30.
Oh, just a bit loose on the backhand slice there from
40-30.
Miyazaki. In possession of such good court craft and hand skills, but has to time it just right.
Out. Game Lise.
Small margins, big difference. Break consolidated by the German.
Lise leads 2-love.
How easy is it for Miyazaki to shut the rest of the match out of her mind at this point, knowing the rhythm of the previous two sets and how the player that started the quickest was the favoured for the duration of each one.
Love 15. Let first set. Let first set. $15.
Big time precision in the face of that deficit.
Out.
And not so bad again.
30-15. $30.
That is just devastating.
30-40.
One of the standout things about this player is how quickly, brutally and easily she can take that forehand and backhand up the line. Break point for the double break.
Game lease. New balls,
And
please.
Miyazaki feels the moment. What did we say? The rhythm of the match
Elise
continuing.
leads, 3 games still up.
And Elise kept her head up in the knowledge that that could well be the case. She's handled herself really well out here, the German. Double break in hand.
Time. Out. 15 love. $30 love. $40 love. Let's. First set. Game
scenes
leads.
from set one. She's back in the saddle, Elise.
Elise leads, 4 games still up.
And she's a serious force to be reckoned with. Long way back into this set and this match for Miyazaki, but it starts right here. Has to find her first serve.
Love 15.
And that's exactly why so much pressure on that second delivery.
Out. 15 all. $30-15.
I found it that time.
Let first set. Let first set. Out. 40-15. Out. 40-30.
My goodness. Why shouldn't she swing at
Deuce.
this point? 4-love up on the scoreboard, even at game point down. This is really a bonus game for her with the form she's bringing to court at the moment, and that underlines it.
Advantage Miyazaki. Deuce.
Oh my. Beautiful direction of shot. Wrong footing Miyazaki there. Suddenly the stakes rise in this game. All the more important for Miyazaki to hold on. And if she can hold on, it is her best bet of turning this match around, having slowed Lise down.
Advantage Miyazaki.
The steam train was up and roaring again prior to this game.
Deuce.
I really wanted to penalise that approach. Miyazaki, central from Lise, hadn't done a lot with it, but she did keep the pace on it. Ultimately, that was enough with her positioning at the net.
Advantage Miyazaki.
Fine response.
Deuce.
Oh, she could see it. The opening was there.
Advantage Miyazaki.
But she's had a fair share of winners up the line. That's supposed to be the toughest shot over the higher part of the net. She's made it look fairly straightforward to date.
Deuce.
Not willing to let go just yet. I think she's laughing to herself out here, at least. At the mini battle this game has become. I don't think this first set of this encounter lasted as long as the singular game.
Fault. Out. Advantage Lise.
This could spell disaster. She has gripped on tightly, the 20-year-old, earning this opportunity.
Out. Deuce.
But she watches it slip away.
Advantage Lise.
Second break point of the game.
Game Lise.
And it was just 1 second serve too many, ultimately, for Lily Miyazaki. Her opponent kept her
Lise
playing,
leads 5 games to love.
kept going for her shots, and ultimately that pressure was enough. Ample opportunity to try and put the lid on this one and seal her spot in a W100 semi-final here in Shrewsbury. And even with her progress this year, that would be quite an achievement for Eva Lise. She's got the W60 trophy from Slovakia last month. She's had multiple appearances in WTA qualifying this season. Even made her main draw appearance in Switzerland at the international event there in July. But as far as W100 events go, the highest level of ITF competition, her run at that level of event ended in the quarterfinals earlier this season. And that was at a home tournament in Germany. A 6-1, 6-3 loss on clay to Danka Kovanic for Lise. Now the opportunity to step foot in the last four at this level for the first time. Serving for it.
Love 15.
Well, at 5 love triple breakdown, she can really swing Miyazaki and just see if she can get anything going. Felice, she has to try not to get ahead of herself. Difficult not to think about the finish line and a first achievement like this. Needle sharp on the line though with the backhead.
Out. 30-50.
Extreme angle.
30.
It's a high level that she's being asked to sustain out here by an opponent who's on the rise.
Out.
But Knight hasn't fallen yet.
30-40.
Chance to prolong this. Break pack point for the Brit.
Deuce.
Evaporates.
Out. Advantage Lise.
And now the semi-final spot just one step away. Match point.
Game,
Semi-final
match,
lineup sets at the W100 Shrewsbury.
2 sets to 1, 6 love, 1-6, 6 love.
Ava Lise has shown her level this week. And she makes it 8 match wins in a row to book her spot in tomorrow's showdown. She'll take on Anna Conyett for a place in the W100 Shrewsbury final. Kept her head up to survive the fight back from Lily Miyazaki. So there's the confirmation. Angelina Kalinina to take on Marketa Vondrousova, Anna Konyu to face Ava Lise.
Appreciation for Lily Miyazaki. And completing our semi-final lineup for tomorrow, Ava Lise. So for our final match of the day here on centre court at the Shrewsbury Club will be the first of our women's double semi-finals, which will be coming to court very shortly. Thank you.
So that's it. The singles semi-finals are set. They'll be on court tomorrow. But who will be first into the doubles final? The first of those semis coming up now. Jessica Ponce and Renata Varacheva, the number 3 seeds, will face number 2 seeded pairing Katarzyna Kawa and Jessica Malecheva. I'll be back with you for that match in a moment.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for our final match of the day here on centre court at Shrewsbury, please welcome for ladies doubles semi-final, Jessica Ponce, Renata Vorachava. And also please welcome Garagina Carver and Jessica Malacheva.
And welcome back to the Shrewsbury Club for the final time on this day of quarter-final singles action, but semi-finals for the doubles kicking off now, and it is a clash of seeded players. The number 3 seeds, Jessica Ponce and Renata Voracheva, taking on number 2 seeded pairing of Katarzyna Karva and Jessica Malecheva. Abigail Johnson with you for this contest. Jess Ponce, the 26-year-old from France. She's come to the Shrewsbury Club previously. We've seen her here in former years. In 2019, she actually contested the W60 event here in singles and doubles, so she's familiar with the setting of the UK. World ranking number 172 on the singles court, but as far as doubles goes, she's actually on the edge of the top 100 at a career high number 104. So that's Jessica Ponce teaming up with Renata Voracheva, one of the more senior players at the event. Her singles career was put to bed a little while ago. She actually reached a career high of world number 74 back in 2010 on the singles court. But as far as doubles goes, at that current number of number 118, career high of number 29 achieved in August 2017. Voracheva in an ongoing doubles partnership with Jessica Ponce. They've contested their last 3 events prior to Shrewsbury, or inclusive of Shrewsbury, side by side. And in the last 4 today, they take on this pair. Katarzyna Karva on your screen. Also had a singles campaign here, the 29-year-old who made it to round 2 at Wimbledon in the singles this season, missing out to the eventual runner-up Ons Jabeur. Singles ranking inside the top 200, doubles ranking inside the top 100 at number 71, career high 64 achieved this season for Karva. And teaming up with another Czech player, Jessica Malecheva, 28 years old. Still continuing her singles career, Malecheva, but has a career high ranking in doubles right now of number 112, so on an upwards trajectory on the doubles court. And this is a new pairing with Katarzyna Karwo. It's gone pretty well so far. They had some trouble in the opening round against the British pairing of Sumaya Anand and Jessica Matthews. The Brits having a bit of a free swing. Took a tight opening set and a tie-break before these two rebounded for the 6-7, 6-love, 10-5 scoreline. And then more straightforward in the quarterfinals, 6-3, 6-3 over Joanna Garland and Diana Marcinkiewicz. So they'll feel they have a little bit of form going coming into this one. Faracheva and Ponche, they've also been forced to go to the match tie-break. Summer Yardley and Tabitha Holmes, the Brits in round one, were no match for them, 6-1, 6-love. But against Misaki Doi and Beatrice Gamulia, two quality doubles players, they had to fight back from a set down, 3-6, 6-2, 10-7, the final scoreline for the number 3 seeds in their most recent match. Tough to be the last match on when it's a 5-match schedule, particularly with the length of some of the singles matches. The first match up between Barbara Politsova and Marketa Vondrousova, who came back from a set and a break down to win, was something of a marathon. And even Katie Bolter's clash with Anna Konyu, which she didn't come out on the right end of and which ended in straight sets, was a close-fought contest right the way down the wire, just a couple of points making the difference, really. So these players have been hanging around, not quite knowing when to warm up, not really sure when they're going to make it onto court. Have to get themselves going quickly because doubles is a discipline that can swing so quickly with different scoring elements on the doubles court. The sudden death deuces, the match tie breaks in place of a full third set. It's been a long day for Scott Noble as well in the chair for this final match of the day. Been practicing his pronunciations for this one.
"30 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, this semi-final match will be the best of
Here it is then, the first of the two
semi
semi-finals. The second will be contested. Final match on the order of play tomorrow.
Jessica Malechkova won the toss and chose to receive.
The rundown from Scott Noble in the chair there. These two winning the toss, opting to receive. So the ball will start on the racket of one of this pair. Looks like it will be Jessica Ponche to get us going.
First set, Jessica Ponche to serve. Play. "15 love. "30 love.
And these two reached a final side-by-side just last week over in France at the W80 event there. Losing out to the all-Czech pairing of Miriam Kolodjets, I butchered that pronunciation, Kolodjevsheva and Marketa Vondrousova, who are seeded number 4 here and still in contention. They'll be playing in the other semi-final tomorrow night. Nicely watched. So a double day of action for Vondrousova tomorrow after she moved into the singles semi-finals earlier today. she'll be grateful to have been done first match up. Got a little bit of extra rest.
Clock. Game. Vorachova.
Well, it's an emphatic start for the Ponce-Vorachova pairing. Not just their third tournament in a row together, but their third consecutive week playing together on indoor hard courts as well. So getting to grips with the conditions. There'll be familiarity in the partnership at this point.
Love. 15 love. That's first up. Out. 30 love.
And they opted to start this on the return, these two. Didn't get a sniff of the breakthrough they were after. So have to move on quickly. And they're doing exactly that.
Game, Kava, Malechkova.
Nice reach from Carver in the forecourt. Seamless start to this match from the number 2 seeds. And the top seeds were ditched in round 1 of the doubles. Monica Niculescu and Elena Gabriela Rusa. Missing out against Nagina Abduraimova and Paula Kania, who are still in contention in the other semi-final. That was really well watched in the forecourt.
Love 15.
By Katarzyna Karva. Absolutely pounced on that ball.
Well,
there was a lot of movement going on the other side of the court, potentially a bit distracting there as she went down the line.
$15.30. Let's first up. 15-40.
The first real chances of the match then. And this is technically triple break point due to the sudden death deuce. One double fault too many, a couple in one game with the slim margins on the doubles court, not going to cut it. The first blood then goes the way of the number 2 seeds. Up an early break on centre court.
Time. Katarzyna Karwa to serve.
And looking to back up the break then, Katarzyna Karwa.
15 love. Fifteen all. $30-15.
Plenty of match play under Katarzyna Karwa's belt now with the singles and doubles, although she fell at the first hurdle in Shrewsbury. Oh, great angle on the volley.
40-15. Game, Karwa, Malechkova.
And that is the consolidation. Tight teamwork from these two.
Karwa, Malechkova lead 3-1.
And Karwa losing out in the 3-setter to Sonny Cartel. No shame in that. Cartel almost got the better of Anna Konya, former top 20 player who's now into the singles semi-finals with her victory over Katie Bolter to date.
Love 15.
No, just going for a tough shot there, Karwa. Not that big a window for the angled backhand.
30-15.
But these two back on stride behind the Jessica Ponce serve. She didn't drop a point in her opening service hold. Absolute machine in the forecourt. Jessica Ponce eating it up.
40-15.
They tried the heights. They tried keeping the ball low, and she was fully able to adjust. She's played a lot of doubles this year, Ponce, and it's shining through. Doubles only in Shrewsbury as well. Her full focus on this event. Now, with the sudden death juice element of the scoring system, they're never too far away, the opposition. That was a quick run to cover by Malecheva. Watching the positioning really well. Is it enough to get them going in this game?
Game. Ponce, Voracek.
Nice strike by Ponce. Gave herself options by getting around that ball on the forehand side. Took the opposition by surprise. And they stay in touch, the number 3 seeds at this sit down.
Time.
And Jessica Malecheva serving with the break.
15 love.
And making a swift start. Second time today that Czechs have been on opposite sides of the net. The all-Czech clash of Barbara Pilitsova and Marketa Vondrousova going the distance earlier.
Third sea love.
Oh, well. Yeah, that one was close. Let's see a replay. Full stretch there in the air and just about caught the outside edge. Good effort.
Love. Game. Cover, Malechkova.
Well, that
Cover,
big
Malechkova
serve to
leads
kick
4
things
games to
off
2.
provided the groundwork they needed to keep building. And back to square one for the number 3 seeds.
Love 15.
Always has this look of intensity about her, Malechkova, and that was such a good return deep onto the line, forcing the error really.
Love 30.
And the same again, a couple of times they've just forced Varacheva to back off there. Targeting depth over width to good effect.
That's 15-30.
And the number 3 seeds will be grateful for that little miss time. They're making a point, these two, of targeting Varacheva. And I wonder if Ponce will cotton onto that and move to cover.
$15-40.
Not that time. Inch perfect precision in the corner. And the number 3 seeds are walking a tightrope here. Double break point is technically triple break point.
Out.
A huge effort to turn that point around, really.
30-40.
Ponce forced into the most difficult of high backhand volleys, wasn't able to get any pace on that shot. But Varacheva held firm at the baseline. What have they got left in this game?
Deuce. Deciding points, receiver's choice.
She will regret that a little, Carver. They've been so clinical so far in terms of those returns. Who'll take this one? They've gone with Katarzyna Carver and a chance to redeem. No, she can't believe it. 3 break points come and go. Could that be the turning point of the set? It has the potential to switch momentum. Ponce and Varacheva once again well in touch on centre court. It will be really interesting to see how these two respond here. The set has seemingly been on their racket from the early stages. There's going to be a bit of pressure on the Carver serve here. Too good. Interesting move from Carver to take the drive on the backhand from this deep in the court. I mean, was that landing in? Just a little bit flustered. That's a return she really wants to make for Vorochova. They've got under the opposition's skin with the previous hold of serve from the deficit, surviving the double break on the scoreboard.
(30-15).
And they've taken hold of that little gifted opportunity of the missed return at love 15. Cleaning up in the forecourt, Malecheva.
Game, cover, Malechkova. Cover, Malechkova lead 5-3. This side.
4 points on the trot and take them 4 points away from the opening set.
Thanks, Bogo. To the player, please. Lads, first up. Fifteen love. Fifteen all. (15-30).
A vicious return there from Malecheva. Vorochova without time to respond. Bounces off a racket frame. And Ponche in a spot of bother on serve for the first time. But Varecheva pitching in to help out.
LTA.
Giving her time on that forehand.
But Varecheva pitching in to help out.
Such a quick low take back from Ponche on both wings. Not a lot that can go wrong.
40-30.
And another big serve.
Game, Varecheva, Ponche.
Well, they've done their bit all the way through. They've kept pace. But the issue is that lingering break of serve. Will it make the difference? The number 2 seeds will serve for the opener.
Time. Music, please.
Moment of truth. Jessica Malecheva serving. Oh, found the space. Well done, Jessica Ponche.
Love 15.
A lot of credit to her partner, though, whose reflexes at the net bought her some time to line this up. Strong start to this game.
Oh, found.
Fifteen. Out. 15-30.
It's always different when it comes to wrapping up a set. The mentality switches. More chance of the serving team getting tight. But Varecheva, just a little bit of a loose link in this game. Needs Ponche to buy her some time. And that's not going to happen up against the quality serve out wide from Malecheva that has come through in some key moments. Set point on serve.
Game in first set.
And that is the first set. They broke early. They hung on to it throughout. Kava and Malecheva 1 set away from reaching the W100 Shrewsbury final.
Time.
Back on court, ready to go in this second set.
Ponche to serve.
For Ponce and Varacheva, just got to think that they were right in touch throughout that opener. Only one break made the difference.
Love. Fifteen.
Racket back early there from Ponche, ready to line up that shot. And that serve coming through again was the cornerstone of keeping them in touch in the opener.
Game.
The back of the baseline will do. The number 3 seeds first onto the board in this second set.
First game, second set.
I shouldn't be stressing too much over the loss of the opener. They did come from a set down in their most recent match against Misaki Doi and Beatrice Gamulia. 3-6, 6-2, 10-7, the final scoreline.
Love 15.
Just got to laugh that off. The miscues happen. Couple here from Carver. She's been so sharp today, Milecheva. Didn't
15.
hesitate to intercept.
Thirty 15. Forty 15.
Quick move across the
Come on,
baseline.
Milecheva.
Top level teamwork once again
One game
from the
all.
number 2 seeds. Second straight week of competition side by side. That's more like it.
15 love.
Full stretch, doing the job.
Thirty love. Out. 40 love.
Full of energy in that forecourt. Ponche, Varacheva setting her up well with these deliveries. Opened up a nice bit of space here.
Forty 15. Forty 30.
I think maybe she was feeling the need to go for more on that second serve for Varacheva. The opposition have made a point of taking that ball back deep at her, and she struggled when she's been short on time to get around the ball. And Ponche doing what she can in the forecourt early on to buy them a bit of time here.
Game.
Brilliant
Ponche
reach
Voracova.
from Ponche. Getting across everything
Ponche Voracova,
and
2 games to 1.
keeping the number 3 seeds out in front in this second set. Just about.
Time. Fifteen love. Fifteen all.
Well, that was eventful.
30-15. $40-15.
Well, whatever happened, it hasn't stopped the flow for the number 3 seeds. I think it made everyone jump for a moment.
Game. Cover. Malechkova.
And still using that wide serve to great effect, Malechkova.
2 games all.
No regard for the scoreboard. Locked back level in the second set.
15 love.
No, she's been a star player in that forecourt, Ponche.
30 love.
Ultimate width required to weave around her at the moment. Her control on the stretch shines through.
Forty love. Game. Ponche Borachova.
There it is, love hold for Jessica Ponche.
Ponche Borachova lead 3 games to 2.
And still, just the one break of serve in this match. Kept it ticking over nicely.
Time.
Carver then, looking to keep in touch.
That's love 15. Love 30.
Well, certainly it's happening. Ponche and Borachova so far without the chances to break through. It was Carver and Malecheva that had the look at the double break advantage in the opener. Now, the emphatic nature of that previous service hold, just putting the pressure on this game. Malecheva's misses in the forecourt have been rare, but that love 15 deficit really lit the fire under the feet of this pair. Great finish from Borachova.
Let's first up. Game. Ponche Borachova.
And there it is, the break to love.
Balls, please.
What a way to push through for the first time. And that has been building with the sustained quality, particularly from Jessica Ponche, who stayed so positive out here and been so willing to work. It had to happen at some point. Up to Viracheva to back up the break.
Love. 15 all.
Well, they will look to capitalise on that. These two, the Ponche serve has been tough to deal with. They know they have more opportunities in this return game. Feels like a case of now or never in this set.
30-15.
And as I say that, brilliant delivery from Viracheva, crushing the sideline.
$40-15. Game. Ponche, Viracheva.
Went big on the second serve, and it's a big swing on the scoreboard. 3 games in pretty swift succession for Jessica Ponce and Renata Viracheva. 1 game away from leveling.
Time.
On a 3-game streak, the number 3 seeds. If they could break through here, they would take some serious momentum into the match tiebreak. I expect them to make a big push.
Love.
Too sharp though from Carver up front. And Ponche is so stretched out there that she lacked options. The net player anticipating that.
Love. Let's first up. Love.
Finally finding a way through Ponche at the net, quickly going back behind and taking the control away. It's good work from Manecheva here.
T15.
She jammed herself up there, Carver. Too quick with the move across.
T30.
And it might yet prove costly. Betrayal of a second serve from Manecheva.
Deuce.
And a perfect interception from Ponche.
Deciding point, receiver's choice.
3 games on the trot, 3 points in a row.
Deuce.
Game point and set point here.
Out. Game.
And they do break for the set.
Voraceva.
Major resilience from the
6
number
games
3
to 2.
seeds.
1 set all. Ladies and gentlemen, after the set break, a 10-point tiebreak will be played to decide the match.
And as Scott Noble says from the chair, there is no full third set. This is it then, the moment of truth. First to 10 points to see who goes through. And this is following the pattern of the previous match for Ponche and Voraceva so far. Back from a set down, they won the match tiebreak yesterday. Will it be the case today?
1-0. Ponche Voraceva. Out. (2-0), Ponche Voraceva.
Nice pounds from Carver.
2-1, Ponche Voracheva.
Ponche jammed up at the back of the court. But many break in possession of the number 3 seeds. Voracheva looking to hang on to it. Moment of inspiration from Voracheva at the back of the court, and of course Ponche was going to finish it off. She's only increased in confidence from the front of the court.
Moment of inspiration from Voracheva at the
That's for serve. Odds 3-2. Ponche Voracheva.
You did feel that serve was going to be under pressure though from Voracheva. Has coughed up a few double faults in this one. The tie-break format less forgiving of that. They have to get right back down to business. Oh, how good is the angle. What a way to redeem herself.
tie-break format less forgiving of that. They have to get right back down to business.
She moved so quickly. The racket is
how
back
good is
fluidly.
the angle. What a way to redeem herself.
Brilliant strike. I think the physio has been called to court here. Early stages of the match tiebreak not ideal. You've got to anticipate this must have been something that's just happened. Yeah, Malecheva has taken some tough blows in the forecourt. We'll just have to wait this one out. Tough for Ponche and Voracheva with the lead, just having to try and stay in the moment. Hope that their momentum doesn't stall. It was flowing coming into this set with the 4 games on the trot. Yeah, I think she's just motioning that she went for a backhand volley, Malecheva, and something happened.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Malechkova is now receiving a medical timeout.
A medical timeout called, so 3 minutes from here. And back they come. You could see the opposition were on their feet, just trying to keep the blood flowing, the feelings flowing as well. Longer change of ends than anticipated. Carver serving. And that was needed
5-2, Ponche Voracheva.
to get right back on it and pick up where they left off. And they keep coming, these two.
6-2, Ponche
You've got to
Voracheva.
credit them. It can be tough to keep your focus when you know that things aren't quite right on the other end of the court. And with the length of the sit down as well, but Ponche looking to make this an insurmountable lead.
Seven 2, Ponche Voracheva. Eight 2, Ponche Voracheva.
As the service points held. Daylight fading in this one for the number 2 seeds. And it's only fitting, really, that a Jessica Ponche volley should bring up the match points, because she has been so efficient in that forecourt. It's been crucial in turning this one around. The one-handed backhand, so solid as well. Pretty clinical.
And it
Nine 3, Ponche Voracheva.
Well, it's been done before, but with the physical situation for Malechkova as well, it is a long way back. 6 match points still on the board at the change of ends. And that will seal the deal and a spot in the W100 Shrewsbury final for Renata Varechova and Jessica Ponche. For the second match in a row, they come back from a set down, and this time they oust the number 2 seeds. Well-earned win. And I think Jessica Ponche, the star player out here today, so ready to clean up in that forecourt, meaning that these two will face the winner of the clash between the number 4 seeds.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
and
that
Nagina
concludes our
Abduraimova
play
and
here
Paula
on centre
Kania
court
in the
at the
final.
Shrewsbury Club. We will be returning tomorrow at 12 noon for our first of our women's semi-finals between Annalena Kalinina and Margeta Vondrousova. Thank you very much for your attendance today. Hope you enjoyed the tennis and safe journey home. Thank you.
As you might have heard from Richard Joyner on the microphone there, that does bring us to the end of a 5-match day on centre court in which one of our doubles finalists was decided and our singles semi-final lineup was confirmed, and we'll be back with you tomorrow at 12 noon for the start of those singles semi-finals. Both semis and the second doubles semi-final to take place back-to-back on centre court tomorrow, kicking off at 12, the top seed Annalena Kalinina to take on Marketa Vondrousova in a clash of seeds, and then a battle of non-seeders between Anna Konyu and Eva Lees. I've been Abigail Johnson taking you through today. What a day of action. Thoroughly enjoyable, great tennis, great drama, and great to be with you for it. I'll see you tomorrow at 12 noon.
Turn that. 1, 1, 1. Okay, 1. So if we try that, so yeah, we need to just take that sticker off there, put it on there, which I can do, that's fine. And then if we turn this one on and turn that on,